Hey everybody, thanks for being here. We're gonna do something a little different. We're gonna jump on a panel with our friend Not So Erudite and a few other people and Destiny, so that'll be fun. So let's not waste any time. They're already in there, so let's get to it.
And Twitch, let's be honest, but
YouTube is so much better.
Right, you got a community strike. I've gotten a community strike.
Actually, I don't know how. I've never gotten in trouble on YouTube or Twitch, and I'm
Honestly,
spicier than all of you.
I also don't know how.
The best thing about YouTube is it doesn't really have to do with politics at all. It's just that on YouTube, all of the enforcement is automated. Whereas on Twitch, they legitimately have that team is a bunch of like unironic San Francisco early mid-20s yuppies that are like hardcore fucking woke moderate. I'm not even joking. Like that is the trust and safety team on Twitch.
Right.
And they will manually go through to make sure that like the political alignment is there. But on YouTube, as long as you know what you can, like you don't say the shooting stuff or whatever, you don't like, you stay away from certain words, certain topics, you're generally okay. You don't have to worry about somebody like politically assassinating you on YouTube, basically.
Right. Yeah. Self-censorship, for the neoliberals, and you'll be okay. But what I also want to say though, right, is like there's got to be like at least one suit wearing guy, right, over top of all of these yuppies, and then they're like, all right, yes, we finally got Alinity, she's gone, and then there's one dude's like, no, this girl makes a lot of money, like 2-day ban.
No,
like, you know what I mean? Like, there's got to be like one or two of those dudes, those suits walking around him.
If you're a really big partner, big partner, your account manager could pull for you.
There it is.
From some moderate stuff. Even if they say they don't, I know they do. Or if you have a really big, but if you fuck up, like oftentimes you are, those teams are very, very, very separate. And you need to be in with an old school AM that has old school connects to other parts of that org in order to be saved. Because Keffel's getting banned is a really good example of like, holy shit, that's somebody that I would have never expected to get a 30-day ban on Twitch. That's wild. But it's because she doesn't have an AM with those deep connections, even though she is technically part of their life.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah, dude, it was actually so funny. Like people posted an email or posted a stream of mine from like 12 years ago. And like, I think I opened my email at one point and I'm just like chatting casually with like Kevin Lin and fucking Emmett Shear, because back then those were the only people that I knew because it was a really small company. But these days, I don't know anybody at Twitch. Fuck no, I don't know. Like everybody that I knew just in their head, like all of those people are gone, and it's just like a faceless San Francisco mob of fucking losers now.
So Steven,
I mean, that's Silicon Valley in general.
Would you go back then? Like, I mean, if you had the opportunity, if they unbanned you, would you go back and deal with that shit? Or
the thing is, it's hard to say no to that Twitch Prime money, but it's nice to be unbanned just so I could talk to people and not have to have them shut their streams off. So I'm not sure.
Honestly, Destiny, you should fight to get unbanned and then just not go back so that you can like be talking to all of those people and still be like, yeah, but YouTube's better. Twitch can go fuck themselves.
Yeah,
Giga Chad move.
Do that.
Giga Chad annoying dynamic. But I think that they apparently you can appeal every 6 months, so I've got to wait like 5 more months for my next appeal, and we'll see.
Good luck.
So stupid.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here for our YouTube only. I didn't actually get too many band boys, but that's the goal of this, is to kind of migrate a little bit more into YouTube politics in general. I do hear a bit of a echo of myself. I think it's from Destiny again.
Yeah, it is.
What a surprise.
Got hearing loss? What is it?
It's been just got banned off of Twitch, and he's already fucking turning into boomer with all of his settings.
It gets how this all works.
All right, check. Sounds good. Okay. All right. So how this is going to work, this panel show is called Both Sides. We're going to typically max out between 4 to 5 debaters at a time. My goal is to be about 4. So you're seeing 5 people here. However, myself and Professor Meat in the center are actually both moderators. My job as the moderator is I'm going to be watching concision. I have a timer that's been built. I'm just going to be timing you guys as you speak and cueing you guys to wrap things up if you're taking too long. I give everyone a minute and a half at one time to speak. At that point, I will basically say, hey, wrap it up 2 sentences. If you don't wrap it up, I will mute you eventually because we have to move on. The goal is, most conversations suck when people just monologue forever. The second thing is going to be active and intentional bad faith. So the way that we're going to operationally define it, because I'm not going to have fights with people on my panel about what bad faith is mainly going to be focused around if I'm interlocuting with somebody and they seem to be critically and unquestionably never actually hearing my argument and arguing around it and arguing for positions that I haven't said. We're going to just quickly address that. We're going to say, hey, this is actually their position. Please deal with it. And then we're going to let you guys go, because I think 2 things that stall is lack of concision and aggressive bad faith. So Meat is going to be doing the bad faith queuing. So he'll pop in. Hopefully it'll be pretty hands off. I tried to select people that I think it's not going to be too much of an issue for a premiere, but that's kind of the goal, is to mostly just let people talk and have it not be an obnoxious looping shithole. Okay, any questions about the rules from the moderators? Because this is the first time we're doing this officially on Friday night.
It seems like a lot, but I'm pretty sure we'll figure it out. So.
A minute and a half. It goes quick. Most people burn it up pretty quickly. You guys will also have a 1 minute for opening-ish. If you go a little bit longer, I'm not going to punish you or anything like that. That's basically it. We're going to be pretty hands-off with the rules other than that. So maybe we'll start at the bottom. Just introduce yourself. You don't need to give your opening statement. Just tell us who you are, your socials, and thank you so much for being here. We'll start with you, KP or Soy Adel. I don't know what you prefer.
Whoa. How about you give us this wonderful, wonderful topic for tonight, please?
Okay, you don't want to introduce
yourself? These are
yourself?
intros.
Yeah.
These are just...
Okay, just intros, then topic and opening.
Just drop
argument.
your name, yeah, and then you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, I am Carl, aka Soy Adel. I am the soy boy from Seattle. I'm a centrist anarchist, neoliberal, communist, libertarian anarchist, whatever you want. I'm confused. I'm entirely unsure what I'm doing here, but I have had some experience in electoralism and inter-party politics. So you can find my socials at linktree/YesTV. Hope you know how to spell Linktree, or soyadel.tv. That's Seattle, take out the C, add in the soy.
Awesome. Thank you. Prime guys?
I'm still trying to figure out what his socials are. Okay. Yeah, thanks all. Hi, my name is Prime Kai, spelled PRIMECAYES. Yes, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch. We do panels like this, but far less structured. This is a person who likes to have rules. We are a bit more wild over my place, so we love to have you, and we do open panels where you may be involved. So if you want to come on and argue with a bunch of people like this, right, then that's your opportunity. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Okay, Fabian.
All right, so I am, I guess, tonight's resident non-leftist, which should be fun. All different varieties of lefties, and then there's me on a show called Both Sides, which is kind of interesting, because I think Soyado and I kind of prove that there's more than two sides. But that being said, I'm an anarcho-capitalist, so imagine that I'm just like Soyado, but a little bit less confused and a lot more right-wing economically. But I love you, especially when we talk about nuclear energy. That being said, yeah, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I'm Fabian Liberty, Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream, usually on Twitch. Tonight we're on YouTube, but you can search on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube for Fabian Liberty. Just look for that beautiful black and yellow flag with a sheep symbol over top of it, and you'll find us.
All right, and Destiny.
I'm Destiny. I am the omniliberal. We have all the best parts of every political ideology combined into one. And then I scream at people on the internet, and you can find me on Twitter at the omniliberal. It's the best Twitter.
Alrighty. Okay, so we're going to start with the introduction of the topic and then 1 minute opening statements. So the question is, as you guys saw already, belief in our institutions on both sides of party lines is at an all-time low. Is voting enough to correct the problems that we see within our institutions? If not voting, is there sufficient due process within our institutions to correct the problem in another venue? Are democratic institutions broken beyond repair? This will be the full topic. There is not a secondary topic. We'll basically continue the conversation until it dries up. I don't have a mandatory 2 hours or a minimum 2 hours. We'll just talk until people want to kind of finish or we finish looping. So maybe we'll do the reverse order for opening statements for 1 minute. Go ahead, Destiny.
Voting is the best way to have your grievances addressed in our system. The problem is not enough people do it. The demographic of people that do vote are super messed up and super skewed. I think our system works. I think it works exceptionally well. And I think sometimes that's the issue that we have with it. We want to blame the system. We want to blame corporations. We want to blame all these other things. But the reality is when you look at all of the policies that exist in the United States, from the federal level to the state level to the local level, everything exists in the way that it does. And it makes a ton of sense if you just consider who's voting. Case in point, criminal justice. Everybody cries about it. Look at who votes in local elections. It's usually older people, usually whiter people, usually wealthier people. That's why nothing ever happens with criminal justice, because these people aren't getting arrested. They never have any engagement with the system, et cetera, et cetera. You can do this with every political issue at every stage, at every size of the American electoral system. Vote. It is the most important thing.
Awesome. Fabian.
Yeah, so I would say that voting in and of itself has no power. The question is really problematic because it makes a bunch of philosophical assumptions that aren't true. So first of all, obviously we don't live in a democracy. Anyone that says that is, just trying to simplify terms. We live in an oligopoly, masquerading as a republic, masquerading as a democracy. And so voting in and of itself has no actual power. What has power is that voting is a tool that we use that politicians use to try and gauge the system that they work in and try and play around those rules. What has power is the will of the people and their means to kind of fight back against the state, right? And voting in many ways is somewhat representative of that. I think Emma Goldman said it best when she said if voting changed anything, they wouldn't let you do it. And I think that's kind of true. That being said, voting is a good system towards trying to reduce some violence. And I think that we can use voting if we use voting and combined with a lot of other things as a means of taking away power from the state. In terms of, is our democracy broken? Well, if you're talking about America, that's probably it was broken from the moment it was instituted because democracy is bad. But also it's probably been broken from what the founding fathers envisioned. And we've had, kind of a proto-fascist state since the end of the Civil War and during the Civil War. And it's kind of been broken since then. And I'm not sure if we can fix it with voting alone. I don't think it would be preferable to do so.
Awesome. Prime?
Yes. So I think that when it comes to our institutions, I thought this question was problematic as well, right? One, I think that if it's just down to voting, well, yeah, we have an option, a mechanism within our society to make changes. I agree with Destiny there that you have to engage with the system, right? Like use the tools that you have available. And of those tools, I think we do have some robust tools that can make changes if change is what you want, right? So I think the ability is there. However, I think that everything around that ability, right? Our public's access to the vote, right? The public's access to our institutions, all those things are damaged, right? Even the public's understanding of what the institutions even do, right? And I think some of that is even purposeful, that people don't even know how the best way to engage, right? So you could say simply vote, sure, okay, but then I do vote, and then nothing seems to change, and I don't see like results in my life. And things maybe seem to get worse. And I think it's an extremely discouraging process. I think it's vote, it's organize, but it's also like have an understanding what these institutions are and how to either bend them to your will or have a plan to have some sort of institutional reform. I'll leave it there.
Awesome. Okay. And Soy.
All right. I think of the three, I agree with you all and I disagree with you all. Of course, voting is necessary but not sufficient. You must vote if you expect anything to change, but you also must do more than voting. You need to contact your representatives. You need to organize. And what we mean by organizing is speaking to other people who are going to vote and finding out, what their positions are and organizing around their needs and building up communities and collective interests in improving your system. Make everything local. Really get out there and find these groups of synergy, groups that you're going to build a policy around, get involved in party politics. I've been involved in both the Democratic and the DSA parties, as well as campaigning for many wonderful campaigns that are on my back wall. And it's never going to be enough to get our perfect world. But if you don't try, well, you've surrendered all of your agency. And if you do nothing but vote, I feel that you've pretty much surrendered your agency in that case to people who are engaged in the system and are speaking up on your behalf.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna open the panel if anyone would like to respond.
Fabian, what do you think you can vote your way out of Jim Crow? Like voting was actually not allowed, depending if you were black or poor at one point in America.
Do I think you can vote your way out of Jim Crow? Probably not. Why? What's the? Can you examine why you're asking that question?
Yeah, your quote was, sort of a snappy thing. If voting actually did anything, it would be illegal. And of course, it was illegal at some point in our history.
I mean, that's a witty retort, I guess, against Emma Goldman, but that's not the point or the context of the quote. So,
I think it's exactly the point in that we have to stretch outside simply voting and join others in direct action when it's appropriate. But I don't think that
we agree on
action,
that. That's the point.
Okay,
the point and context of what I'm saying is that, yes, you can use voting, right? But voting by itself doesn't have any power.
Yeah.
They're definitionally well, it can't have any power, right?
Yeah. With our organizing, we can make voting matter. And that's more to the point.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be backed up by the will of the people and to challenge the violence of the state, right? Ultimately, if the state is of the opinion that voting keeps you from fighting them, right, then they will give you whatever wedge issues you want whilst continuously gaining more power, as they've done since the founding of our nation. And they'll kind of just let you have your paltry little victories, your little culture war victories. And meanwhile, they'll consolidate wealth at the top. They'll change the rules. They'll make it harder for you to do what it is that you want to do. They will take away liberty, right? And so voting in and of itself, that process, you're appealing to the authority that has the monopoly on violence and has the monopoly on the usage of that violence and is the judiciary of that violence, all together. So ultimately voting definitionally, it can't be enough. It has to be activism. It has to be a change in culture and philosophy, and it has to be a change in the willingness to act in certain spaces or engage in agorism and things like that to exert your pressure on the system.
So
I think so. I don't think anybody disagrees. It's never just voting. But the question is if somebody says if you go to the gym, will that help you get more muscle? I don't think anybody would say no, it can't just be the gym. It also has to be sleeping, and it also has to be eating. Well, yeah, of course. So if you want to be politically engaged, there are more steps to be politically engaged than just voting. But voting is arguably the most important part of that political process, because if the right people don't vote the right way, then nothing else matters. It is the part where we plug in quite literally to our institutions, aside from working for them. I mean, Jim Crow as an example was brought up, right? Jim Crow was ended by voting. Yeah, this.
I don't know that you can say Jim Crow was ended by voting.
Sure
Jim Crow was also created by voting.
True. I'm sorry. Hold on. I phrased that as a question. Let me restate that. Jim Crow was ended by voting. It was challenged multiple times by the Supreme Court, right, in cases like Brown v. Board of Education. And the Civil Rights Act of '64 literally came from our Congress that we voted on. And this is how Jim Crow got eliminated in a lot of different states, right, in '64 and '65 following with the Voting Rights Act. So, yes, Jim Crow was gotten rid of via voting.
You're doing a lot of work to say that the state went against other institutions of the state that were violating people's rights and then saying voting did this. It's maybe it's 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon there.
Hold on, I don't want to make it a total libertarian debate, but you always do this thing where libertarians will pose the state against the people, but you ignore the fact that there are times when the state acts on the will of the people, right? The state doesn't just do things arbitrarily.
Your example. Well, give me the example, because Jim Crow's a terrible example because it's the state acting against the state that had already fucked over the people. So if you want an example,
the state didn't arbitrarily choose to fuck over the people with Jim Crow. That was the will of the people at one point in time, was to be able to discriminate against certain groups of people, right?
It wasn't the will of certain people.
No, but it was
right?
the will of enough of them to make it law, hence the voting part, right?
Right,
Like,
which is why voting is in and of itself problematic, because it is conflict. There is no way to...
Every type of engagement with the political system is going to be conflict. That's such a worthless statement. All engagement
No, it's
with
not a
politics
worthless statement. It's not a
Can you
worthless
give me
statement.
one type of political
A better
activity that doesn't
statement.
involve some type of conflict? All of them.
Well,
all
of course, almost all of the activities that are engaged in Cospaya, almost all of the activities are engaged in Tehran, Mexico, right?
Let's find a better statement like the tyranny of the majority. You're a libertarian, you should be familiar with that one. So let's deploy it here and say, yes, sometimes voting is, 51% of people putting a tyrannical judgment on the minority, the 49%. So it's split 50-50. I want us to get to super democracy, where we have things like individual veto and local collective agreements that actually build up a just system based on sound principles, rather than, we like the rainbow flag today, we didn't like it yesterday.
But there's no way to ever make a system that's going to make every person happy, right? If you're having a society, you're necessarily going to have some people plugged into that society that aren't going to be happy with 100% of the decisions made.
And
right, but it's not about whether
absolutely fine, right? That conflict between parties is absolutely okay, right? But I wanted to.
It's not conflict. Unhappiness is not conflict. What's conflict is imposing your will on other people. Aggression.
Yeah,
you can have a voluntary society.
No, sometimes it's perfectly fine.
You can never have a totally voluntary society, right?
Yeah, yes, you can. We should actually impose our will on people. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, at some point we shouldn't impose our will. Like, you're doing a bad thing, stop doing that bad thing, right? And let's use a powerful organization to make sure you don't do that, so that the rest of society can work in a smooth manner. Absolutely should impose our will. At some point, we'll have to do that within any organization, right? If we live in Ancapistan, right, well, you'd have to impose your will on me, because I'd try to create an actual fucking functioning government. And then you'd say, hey, we don't want to do that anymore, okay? So that's inevitable. What I wanted to ask was is a basic, more of a basic question, because there's a lot embedded in the question that our friend Erudite has asked. So what are the institutions to begin with, and what are people actually losing faith in? Right, we have a wide, diverse country, and people have all kinds of thoughts about this. Like, when we say this word institutions, what do you mean, right? Like, is it just parts of the government? Is it like the rules and the order that we impose on ourselves? Like, what is it? What are we talking about, and what have we actually lost faith in?
I think an institution is going to be some establishment that we've entrusted with, like, almost monopolistically, with like the safety and security of our society to some extent. So, like, when we look at the institution of our criminal justice system, we've entrusted them with the ability to monopolize on violence, to pass judgment on us. When we look at the institution of voting, this is an institution that's supposed to, like, safeguard the ability for us to vote and elect leaders. We look at the institution of Congress. I think that's roughly what it is. They're these external, like, huge things that are part of, like, safeguarding and running our society that we were entrusting with a lot of power to do.
Okay.
I mean,
and
I wouldn't work with that colloquial definition. I mean, it's like not the definition, but like,
okay, what is the definition that you want to use?
Well, no, I'm saying I would work with that colloquial definition.
Well, no, hold on. Give me the academic definition that we should be using.
I mean, well, an academic definition would be like any organization that has a purpose that is founded upon, like, educational or religious, or, right, you know what I mean? But it would become meaningless to the conversation of, like, trust in the institution. So I'm saying, like, while that's not technically the definition, yeah, that's a good working definition that I accept.
Okay.
Sure. So
it's not that weird to say, yeah, I'll accept that when you propose a definition that isn't the word.
So typically, it's usually an underhanded comment to go, your definition is fucking retarded, but I guess we can use it for the purpose of this conversation.
I never said it was fucking retarded.
Like. I know you did it, but that was the implication. But that's okay.
That's not the implication at all.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, I'm implying that it was the implication.
Only love here. Okay, so
regional debate, bro, is so ready.
You guys would be mean. I don't care.
Well, they're just like, what's the point of the comment? Like, why say like somebody asked, what's your definition? Then I give the definition, like, that's an adequate definition, even if it's not the academic.
Okay,
why even say it? Why even?
Not everyone is as mean as you. Not everyone is as mean as you.
My feelings are hurt.
You've spoken to Vosh too many damn times, all right? Like, I'm not playing tricks here. I'm just saying I will accept that colloquial definition for the usage of the conversation.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Move to the next step. All right, kumbaya here. Like, how have they actually failed us? And do you guys agree, right? Like, do you guys agree that they've actually failed? Because I think that so
Obviously.
many of our institutions actually haven't changed, right? Like maybe on the margins, things haven't changed. So how is it that they're failing us? And is this idea of them failing is a new thing, right? Because it seems to me, looking at a wider sweep of history than like just the present, that if you go into the past, people have always said these things, right? There are some points in times where people have a bit more trust in them, but like the institution is always failing someone at some point in time, right? And they'll have a lot of the same complaints that I think some people have today. So, like, in what ways do you actually think this institutions are actually falling apart?
Okay, well, so I would posit one first, that the institutions that have monopolistic power over individuals that is coercive is designed to be bad. It's not designed to reduce conflict. It's designed to oppress. That being said, right? Like, why don't we pick a specific institution if we want to have this conversation? Like, we could pick the media, we could pick voting, like we could pick like whatever you guys want to go with. Like, pick an institution and we can look at it historically, because I think most of our institutions have gained in conflict in the last, let's say, 15, 20 years because of different social movements.
Why not?
And political pressure.
No, I think you're absolutely right. So why not try the Supreme Court? I mean, it's something that's in the news, right? And people have all kinds of opinions about that now. So people say that the Supreme Court is failing, this institution is failing, right? Right now, the left is saying that a lot, right? Like, well, this is a failed institution. That's kind of because we lost, right? We got our asses kicked, and it is what it is, right? But previously, our conservative brothers and sisters were saying the exact same thing, right? That this is an institution that's completely failed us. It needs a massive reform, and then they went out and did that reform.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought, my bad.
Sure. So just the last thing then. So I think that the Supreme Court as an institution is doing what it's supposed to do, and that I think it's a stifle on democracy, right? It holds us back from putting in whatever we like, right? Like it keeps us within the bounds of the Constitution or someone's interpretation of that Constitution. So I think it's working just as it's always been planned. I think that our understanding of how to use the Supreme Court, at least here on the left, right, has not advanced the way it has on the right. The Supreme Court is an institution of power, right? So we should use that, right? We should hack the court with as many people as we can, right? And we should use it like with complete abandon.
2 sentences.
Right? Like, sure. Sorry. So we should use it with complete abandon and not be worried about like the rules because the other side isn't.
Okay, yeah, no, I think you illustrate the problem so succinctly with the evil that you want to commit, right? Which is that you want to create, you want to make the state more abusive, right? And you want to move in a direction to use it as it already is, which is an institution of power that determines what rights people have and don't have without any actual basis upon voluntary power, right? The Supreme Court, ever since the Warren Court, right? So, I mean, like, we could go back and say that the Supreme Court didn't really step into the role of like constitutionality except under extreme circumstances, right? But, you know, ever since then has always functioned as a means of growing the power of the state. That it was a failed institution from the beginning because democracy is a failed institution if it's not voluntary. But yes, the court has gotten worse. But what's funny is that you say, well, the left has failed to understand how to use that power effectively. That's just not true, right? Like the DNC and the left have used the court to stop Trump over and over and over and over again. It has been, Trump was one of the most litigated presidents in history by different firms that were certainly left-wing in their political perspective, saying Trump is going too far. He's abusing his power. In our opinion, we're going to challenge this shit immediately. And like the Supreme Court was used very actively during the Trump administration, as it was during other previous administrations.
So I don't
okay,
know.
Wait, we need to have a conversation. We need to figure out if we want to argue like about democracy or not, because like this is, we're just having an ANCAP debate right now. Is that what we want to do, or?
I don't
Because
want
now we're
to.
arguing. Okay, that's what we're having. Because Fabian, this is an ANCAP debate now. Like, should the state have any power? Because every single question is now through the lens of like, well, of course the Supreme Court is bad. All institutional power is bad. All democracy has failed and bad. All of it. Like, if that's what we want to talk about, we can. But let's shift gears into that then. And
I
have no problem taking on all three of you in the framing of my philosophy.
Supreme Court.
I would rather not. But
okay, well, because that is where we're at, and that's where you're at, and that's where we're all at.
Well,
right.
You brought on three lefties and then an ANCAP. What the fuck did you think would happen?
So, let me propose a question to y'all to try and
Can I respond to that? I'd like to respond to what he was saying.
Sure,
so
absolutely.
I'm just gonna ignore the ANCAP problem, but like talking about the Supreme Court and how Trump was litigated, right? So I actually don't know. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm gonna believe you. I'm just gonna take you on your word on that he was the most litigated and probably maybe held back by the Supreme Court. However, the public doesn't feel that, right? The public doesn't actually keep track of these things. I think it's another
because
part
the public is stupid.
Hold on, again, but I think it's another part of like what exactly does it mean to an institution be failing, right? So people on the left, right, or excuse me, just like the general public looks at the abortion issue, and many people want abortion, right, want access to abortion care, and they see that they've lost access to that, and then that defines for them means this institution has failed. It is not being used in the way that I prefer, right? So they don't look at all those cases, which I believe
you're making an
you're saying
argument for me.
Sure,
it's not used the way that I want the power to be used against other people. I have concept on that as part of society, and instead of having a voluntary system where we set those things up, instead I want to pack the court, your words, not mine, and I want to use that power to force the people that I disagree with to agree with my position.
Absolutely, that's what it is. That's what politics is. It's without using guns.
We should break that. We should stop it.
Sure. All right. Whatever. ANCAP. You got it.
Libertarian debate.
We do use guns. Just the state uses them. Or did you forget about Breonna Taylor?
No, we've got to rise above this loop because, if we have different concepts about how the court should be used and what the purpose of the court is. The purpose of the court is to reinforce the precedents that we set in the past. And so, yeah, sure, that means that the state's going to use it in a way that consolidates power, but also people like we have with our right to reproductive care. We are going to reinforce that decision over and over and over again. And when that decision gets reversed, when that precedent gets violated for no good reason, that's when that institution has failed. It's not like, ooh, I get my turn, blue hat, red hat. It's not that bullshit. It's when an actual precedent has been completely reversed and totally like the reasons that precedent was set have been ignored. That's when it fails.
No one gives a shit about
precedents. Anyone? I was just about to say, can you find any quote or any part of the Constitution or anything that supports the idea that stare decisis is the purpose of the Supreme Court? Because I just completely disagree with that as the intention of the Supreme Court. Might be what you want from the Supreme Court.
We're talking about the right to abortion and the argument that that my family's freedom to reproduce is a decision that is held between us and our medical provider. And the difference between, whether my wife had an abortion or a miscarriage back in 2014, 2015, that is not for the state to impinge upon.
When the Supreme Court,
that's the issue.
So you didn't answer the question.
Separation, equal separation. Sorry, that's not the word I'm looking for. But separation of the races. But when you ruled against separate but equal. Excuse me. Separate but equal. When they ruled against that, right? That was ruling against precedents. But people thought, well, it's a certain part of the population thought that it was unfair, right? No one actually gives a shit about precedents. They want the Supreme Court to do what they to exercise their will, right? To exercise their values, right? When it's not doing that, then the institution has failed. It's simply the case.
Only
That's
the left
how
wants
people look
that.
at it. No one gives a shit. No, hold on. The right,
only the left
conservatives
openly
do the
wants
exact same thing. Absolutely do the exact same thing, right? That's what they're doing right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
I would say that the pre-modernists and the religious conservatives want their Supreme Court justices to represent their values, right? But when you look at Scalia, for example, right, and Thomas as well, the examples that they give, they specifically want an interpretation, an originalist interpretation of the Constitution. So not everybody wants the Supreme Court to represent their current today values. Plenty of people want the Supreme Court to represent the original framing of the Constitution and the original framing of any amendments to the Constitution, and believe that that is
values, right? A set of values that you may agree with, and it's your interpretation of that original set, and what part of those rules that are set through in the Constitution that you actually want to pay attention to, right? Do you want to pay attention to the three-fifths compromise, right? Then you're going to pay attention to that, right? Or do you want to pay attention to all men are created equal? Then you're going to like that's what we do.
That's not true. That's not. It's not about your individual values that you want the Supreme Court to uphold for constitutional originalists. It's about the fear of the abuses of the government.
That's
right. Okay, just to be clear, there are plenty of different valid ways through how the Constitution should be interpreted. To pretend that there's like one right way is not true. There's different ways that you can do readings of the Constitution. Right now we have a court that tends to be a bit more originalist, right? And other people feel like you can have more of a living Constitution, whatever the fuck, a more exaggerated version or whatever. Things like substantive due process and these other more unimplied or unenumerated rights that might exist in it. But there's not like a right answer there. Right, that's a matter of we have disagreements. You vote on the president that'll nominate the Supreme Court.
I would have an opinion about legislating from the bench, but like, yes, you're correct. One could legislate from the bench. One could be an originalist. One could value stare decisis above all else, and one could say stare decisis doesn't fucking matter at all. Right? Like, yes, there are different interpretations,
and the only way
that are valid, but also equally oppressive. But
yeah. Okay, we're not talking about the impressive, but yeah, whatever.
Next institution, please. Let's just cut it off and move on to the next one. Like school board, I don't care.
I mean, like
pick whichever one you want.
Yeah,
you've been quiet.
We can,
but
like, but within this, the Supreme Court, I think is a really good one. We can move on to voting if you want. But
well, I mean, we could talk about our loss in faith with different institutions, and I think that police is a pretty good one, and one that I have a lot to say about. And so we could talk about, what is it about law enforcement that has succeeded in the past, and where has it gone recently? We've seen a big militarization of the police. We have seen a gradual erosion of their responsibility to the people who they police, and the response from governments and unfortunately from constituencies is, oh, I'm a little scared, and I'm just going to keep voting to maintain the stability of where I live, because that's the thing that matters the most to me. And that's why 2020 and all the protesting that we did really didn't amount to much at all. We had that vote here in Seattle, and it failed by a 2/3 to 1/3 vote. We did not get our defund the police initiative passed, even in the supposedly socialist bastion that is Seattle.
So I think the reason why is because police are largely and overwhelmingly a positive institution, and most Americans across all racial groups recognize that. I think there are also a couple of like hard truths that people have difficulty coming to terms with. One is that local voting is incredibly important for police institutions, and it is the least engaged that we are when it comes to voting. Two is that having more police in areas does reduce crime. As much as we don't like to admit it, it probably is the case that is true. And three, a lot of the biggest calls for police have been from people that live in the biggest crime areas. The idea that the only people that are asking for more police are wealthy people in suburbs is just not true. There isn't even that much crime in those areas. It doesn't even make sense that they would be the ones like calling for it the most. So I think that balancing out our understanding of the police as an institution and what that role ought to be is hampered by our ability, one, to understand what the problems are and how to effectively utilize the police, and then two, our inability to recognize some of the realities of the police, like what they're supposed to do, and even how we quote some things. Like you mentioned that erosion of responsibility. A lot of people mention like, oh, the police don't have a duty to protect. They're just going to sit there and watch you die. First of all, in a lot of states, you will get in trouble as an officer if you do that. That ruling just had to do with whether or not a police department could be held financially liable if you call somebody for breaking in or they don't show up in time or something like that. Like, is there going to be financial restitution that the state has to pay because they didn't show up in time?
2 cases.
Sure.
That affirm that they don't have a constitutional duty to protect.
It means that they're not going to be held financially liable for not intervening in a certain case or whatever. Yes.
No, it also means that they don't have a constitutional duty.
They might not have a constitutional duty, but the ruling doesn't mean that cops are going to just sit there and watch you die every time, and that's what they're going to do.
Right, but you're also reframing the decision as if to say that it's just about whether or not you can sue if they don't show up in time, and that's not true. It affirms that they don't have a constitutional duty. So, for example, you can't sue them, for example, if they refuse to come to your neighborhood because they don't come to your high crime neighborhood late at night. This happened to me growing up in the ghetto plenty of fucking times, where I would say, hey, I heard gunshots, there was a drive-by, and they go, cool, we don't come to your neighborhood at night. We come in during the day because it's too dangerous for us, so we're not coming. You guys deal with it yourself. And the Supreme Court said that's perfectly acceptable, right? It's not like the response time. It's not like the response time is 5 minutes, and therefore I sue them because they couldn't stop something.
I'm gonna toss it to KP. He's just had the least talking time.
Oh no, I was making jokes. I think Fabian's doing a great job, but yeah, basically it's all over Uvalde. Is the duty to intervene and the corruption within the police force is all over that incident, and really that is part of when we talk about police as an institution failing. Yes, it can be majority great, but it isn't backed up by the responsibility to actually do good. It's like the great man fallacy. It's like, oh, it's such a great man. Bill Gates is such a base dude. He's just doing great stuff all the time. It's okay when he feels like it. He does some good things. The cops, when they feel like it, do good things. They're not required to do it.
They're a monopoly.
But okay,
that's it. It's really that simple.
Here's one of the problems with this, right? Like, one, as people know about me, right, that I'm all for defunding the police. Right? I love it. I want to do it. Makes me hard. But I think that one of the reasons that movement has largely failed is because that focus isn't expansive enough. Right? Like, what we're looking for is reform of the system. It's not simply like taking money out of the police, right? It's reform of the system. If the police happen to have the exact same amount of funds within their institution, like, that'd be fine. But like, as long as they treated the public better, right? People felt it was more fair. But
yeah, you can ban the war on drugs and they double their funding effectively.
But the police are just the front-facing side of the state, right, of the justice system in general, right? We need to have larger reform of the justice system itself, right, of the incentives that drive the police to do the things that they do, right? The incentives that get police forces to hire the people that they do. We have, and the laws that they're enforcing in and of themselves, right? Like, that has to be part of the issue. But like, what? It's not a surprise that when people see, right, in media, right, the police abusing individuals, right, like abusing people in an unfair manner, that they blame the police, they blame the people in blue, right, and for good reason.
2 sentences.
That person does need to be blamed. However, like, the real enemy is everything behind the force behind that cop.
Okay. So I want us to extend an olive branch, right? Because I can talk about all day long, because Destiny doesn't want the argument framed in one he can't win, which is, anarchism and libertarianism. He has to do it from a statist perspective because he'll just lose. So I'll reframe it from a statist perspective and talk about policies we could do right now that would actually fix the system. And
let's frame the police from the libertarian perspective. Let's hear it. How does that work?
Yeah, it's a monopoly on power and violence. And so, yes, there is a duty there, and you are technically correct. But the problem is that the people have no meaningful ability to challenge that duty because they have a monopoly on the ability of deciding what is legal and illegal in the state, and they have the ability to enforce.
Where do the laws come from?
What do you? They come from a government that we suppose.
Where does the government? Where do the elected officials in the government come from?
You want me to do an entire logic tree of both voting, both
the logic tree
power,
is going to be that the
elites,
the police actually have no ability to decide the laws that regulate them. The laws come from the elected officials, and
they get to. First of all, they get to decide what laws to enforce, and the state
they don't.
Yes, they do.
Ooh,
No, they don't.
They absolutely do.
They absolutely don't. If
you're false.
You're just wrong. If you're unhappy
with
the way the police, there is a reason why getting the backing of the police is such an important part of like an election for any like local election. Is because the way that mayors and police work with each other.
No,
they
don't
have
run
a lot
away
of
from
control
this.
over what happens. I'm
Don't
not running away
from
anything.
this.
I'm telling
you,
if you're not happy with how your police department functions, there are going to be things that come from your mayor choosing your chief of police and the conversation that happened for how police have to act.
Don't run from this.
What am I running from? I'm not running from anything.
You're running. You said that police don't have the ability to choose which laws they enforce.
Police, you can argue that that's great. You can argue that police have the ability to be discretionary when they enact certain enforcement procedures, sure, on an individual level. But when it comes to like the laws, don't say there you go. You're misunderstanding because you're framing something like a child. Okay, saying that there is a such
you
thing,
framed it that way. I just called you out on it.
Let me finish. Okay, saying that there might be selective enforcement of laws, that a police officer doesn't pull over every single speeder is not the same as saying police write the laws. That's a childlike, reductive way of viewing that. Selective
I never said
enforcement or discretionary enforcement.
So don't straw man me after you pivot and run.
Okay, I'm sorry. So your statement: do police decide which laws to enforce? Is that correct? Because police can exercise discretion.
Yes. Technically speaking.
So police can just eradicate like entire groups of laws, and citizens have no recourse for that. There's nothing that citizens can do to amend that situation.
I never said
Washington
that citizens
State
have no recourse.
Initiative 1639.
Who ultimately has the authority there then? Who ultimately has the ability to affect like what police are enforcing?
The police.
Ultimately, like that's a univariate analysis. There's multiple.
Thank you. True.
There's multiple ways that we can change.
So it's not just the police officer, right?
I never said just.
Okay.
You made a de facto univariate analysis. I called you out on it. Then you tried to pivot away from it. Then you got mad and said that I was having a childlike interpretation. And then you strawmanned
all
me.
the debate. Yes, Jesus. What were there? 3 debate terms? We had pivoting. We had strawman. Did we get ad hominem in there too? Are we doing all the philosophy debate terms today? Do you want to add absurdium me or anything? Right. The reality is that how police act is you can utter that phrase monopoly on violence all you want, and then say police are the ones that choose which laws to enforce. Which in the most entirely reductive, naive way of the system, sure, kind of. But at the end of the day, the laws come from the legislature, whether it's the federal legislature, the state legislature, or your fucking city, depending on what you're talking about.
Or department policy.
And then what the police ultimately end up having to enforce, oftentimes, is going to be the laws that are passed by representatives that are elected by the people. So just uttering the statement, well, police choose which laws to enforce is brainless.
Well, no. Well, like we can look at a great example of this, right? Civil asset forfeiture is a very large part of almost every police department, especially in cities, right? And so civil asset there's no laws that are being passed about this. This is department policy, and it's a violation of multiple amendments of the Constitution, and it happens regularly because they have that discretion.
Has it been challenged in the Supreme Court?
Civil asset forfeiture? I think there was one case that like tangentially dealt with it, but not directly. As
so who are you to say that it's a violation of everything of multiple amendments to the Constitution? If it seems to be,
hold on.
Yeah.
Are we just saying that we can't call anything unconstitutional unless the Supreme Court goes in?
Well, it's strange to have a conversation about law and then to utter something like, well, this is unconstitutional. Like it's a fact of the matter when we're talking about the fact relating to the legal decisions around these departments. So it seems that it is not the fact of the matter that is unconstitutional.
Okay, so I can prove that civil asset forfeiture is unconstitutional without having to say that this specific Supreme Court justice
I don't think you can prove it without having. I don't think you can prove it without having like a Supreme Court argument to back you up.
No, I'm gonna. Like, no, you want to call me out on this, and then you say I must use an appeal to authority. Go fuck yourself. No, I can simply say it's a violation.
I'm trying not to talk over you, but this is ridiculous. Come on.
Okay, let me just do one quick thing because he's using so many debate terms improperly. So a fallacious appeal to authority is when you appeal to an authority that doesn't have the authority to make a ruling on the particular thing you're talking about. When we're talking about what is constitutional and what is not constitutional, that is literally the job of the Supreme Court. It's not a fallacious appeal to authority. It is the true authority on what is constitutional. That's our entire system is set up. Okay, Soyadel, you can go on back.
No, that's not true.
We're just going to pause. We're going to toss it to Soy. He's had the least talking time. Go ahead, Soy.
Okay, so I think a more effective route of conversation with this is in Washington here, we had Initiative 1639. This is an age restriction on buying firearms. we had sheriffs who refused to enforce it. And guess what? It's not that there's some mechanics behind the scenes and this is determining like A versus B, what actually is going to happen. And that means that ultimate responsibility lies with the people, because that's not reality. The reality is that there are humans involved everywhere. And so, yes, we've got some redneck sheriffs all over the state of Washington, and they refuse to enforce this thing that was passed by the people of Washington, mostly Seattleites, where gun violence is a problem. And so we have this constant conflict in Washington state where liberal left side of the state, conservative right side of the state, separated by the mountains, and on both sides. And so, yes, it is the reality in Washington state that we do not have ultimate control over every facet. And we can try and we can wring our hands and we can wish that it were true, that we could just pass a law by popular vote and have it actually enforced. But no, it's not. And it's messy.
I agree that there can be issues, but again, you're appealing to sheriffs on enforcing law. Sheriffs are literally elected officials. If you don't like them, then vote them out.
Okay, but who's electing sheriffs? Do I get to vote on a sheriff in Spokane County? No. It's the people in Spokane County. And so are we all of a sudden part of the same state or not? Is someone going to be able to be an 18-year-old, buy a gun in Issaquah and drive it into Seattle and shoot people up? And that's actually happened. It happened in 2020. Probably not Issaquah, probably Kent or something like that. But it is happening. And that's why we're trying to pass laws like this to reduce gun violence in my city.
Sure, but I mean, like that's kind of like part of how our system is set up, right? Like there might be people who are irritated in Chicago that people are bringing in guns from out of state because the legislation is done differently. But I mean, like I mean, if you don't live in that particular area, I wouldn't expect you to be able to exercise any authority over the people in that particular area.
Well, I mean, that's what the federal government is for, right? At that point, right?
Not really, because most enforcement for most laws are like states' issues, right?
It kind of sounds like you're a minarchist localist.
No, that's true. No, that's true. But like, for instance, if during
you heard it here, folks. Give more money to the ATF
during after the Civil War, right? Where the lower states, the southern states, weren't enforcing the laws, right? Like as we're set, like the federal government came and imposed its will, right? Like the federal government can come in if the police department is doing something particularly terrible, then the federal government will come in and will impose oversight on that, right? So like we can actually do that to a certain extent. Now that's not like the final answer to this, right? Obviously that has its limits, but like when we feel like certain parts of the country aren't doing are failing us in terms of government, we use the federal government itself to impose our will on them, right?
Yeah, I mean, New Hampshire is a great example of how you can challenge that as well, right? Because in New Hampshire, they've elected several nullification laws, one of them being firearms nullification. So in the state of New Hampshire, it is illegal from a state level in order to enforce any gun laws, even if they are federal gun laws, forcing the federal government to bring in the ATF or the FBI or something in order to enforce any gun legislation in the state of New Hampshire.
Sure, and I think we see that happening with marijuana laws, where federally,
absolutely,
one drug. Sure, all I'm saying is that ultimately, you can probably find examples of cops that don't enforce certain things, or even maybe police departments don't enforce things, but police are not totally divorced from the legislative process. You do have
no one making that claim.
You do have a great deal of control as a citizen over who your chief of police is, over the policies that they have, even over the types of enforcement they do. But even if these might go awry at some point, but I don't think it's an institutional failure when that happens.
You don't have choice as an individual. You collectively supposedly have a choice of a non-voluntary system of voting, and if you lose the vote, you just get whoever the fuck you get. And that's really the issue here, is that conflict is baked into the system of democracy.
That's a necessary buy-in to every civilization, though, right? Even in a 100% voluntary situation where multiple parties come together to negotiate something, it is unlikely, nay, impossible, that every single negotiator is going to get exactly what they want.
It's not about getting what they want. It's about whether or not the situation is voluntary. Because if you don't like it and you don't want to accept that compromise, then you can divest from that situation. I can't divest.
But depending on how the other people around you feel, that might not be the case. You might not have that option, unless the same society that has no rules or regulations is also somehow has a monopoly on enforcing nonviolence on everybody.
You don't need a monopoly on nonviolence. You can
okay,
just
so
have
so
voluntary
let's say that
systems.
let's say that you've got 10 people that are coming together to decide on how to use like a certain forest or a river that they have like some shared property and they all have like easements on it, or they just have property in this area. And let's say 9 of them come to an agreement, but one guy is not agreeing it. What's to keep the 9 people from just steamrolling the one?
So what you're talking about is common property as opposed to public property and private property, right? So there are easement rights that are baked in because these people have been using this water collectively for a period of time. Right. So they built a neighborhood there. They've all been doing it. And they're saying, hey, we need to do something better with this water so we can get more water. But we have to get everyone to agree to some extent because there's easement rights. Well, the fact of the matter is that these people have easement rights. And so that if you are the private investor or the individual that chooses to build a dam or build something, you have to maintain those easement rights or you have to pay restitution to those individuals.
Okay, hold on. You evaded it and pivoted in the most boring way possible.
No, I didn't. I just tried to simplify it.
Wait, I gotta ask. No, I gotta get an answer. I want to get one answer from this instead of him being able to avoid it with easements rights. What if you have people?
Does he need the answer?
What if you have people that have disagreements that have the easement rights? What if you've got 10 people and all of them have rights to the easement? All of them have easement rights to shared property, but one of them disagrees with the other 9. What do the other 9 do?
Then divest.
Why does he
and
have
restitution
to
have to be paid?
Wait, you force him to leave? How is that voluntary?
You negotiate.
You divest, and then that person can voluntarily leave or voluntarily join the others.
Wait, when you say divest, what does divest mean to you? That when I hear divest, I'm thinking like you get rid of all of your rights or ownerships to a particular thing and you withdraw. What is divest?
You get paid out. You get bought out.
What if you don't want to get bought out? You like the forest as it is, and all of the other ones want to vote to steamroll it and turn it into a lumber mill or something. You're like, no, I like that. Then you're the one against the 9. What do you do there? You don't want to divest.
Okay, you're not a private property owner. You don't own the property. You have common easement. It's not the same thing as a private property. If you homestead portion of the forest, it's your fucking private property. No one can tell you what to do with it. And if someone else wants to homestead it to turn it into a lumber mill, it's their private property.
Essentially, this is conflict, right? Because once again, a
person's not going to get what they want. Just because you don't understand
it. Because you can walk away from this, right? Then everything's okay, right? Then essentially not conflict, even though the resource that you want is gone, right? You've lost access to that. You've lost access to the river, the forest, whatever the fuck, right? In itself,
you're talking about common property. So you're not talking about private property.
Steven, buddy, right?
You didn't own it.
You are being drawn in by the siren song of an
because everything is turning into an ANCAP debate.
I know,
but if we're gonna do an ANCAP debate, let's do an ANCAP debate.
No.
Because he makes like a bunch of like
the ammo.
9 comments. So it's like
focus on institutions because our friend Erudite, I think, had a really good question. I really want to focus on that, right? So let's maybe focus on voting, okay? Let's focus on that and let's assume that like a state exists. I don't know, like crazy, right? Like let's try that.
Well, maybe.
I hate voting because it's an involuntary force to monopolize power in the government and kill us.
You were fucking bringing him over, boys. He used to be a libertarian. He's coming back, boys. Problem is he didn't read his libertarian philosophy and he still doesn't know.
Maybe the question is, does voting fix any of the problems we've come up with? And I'd say in the case of the forest, no. Voting means that 6 people get to usurp the rights of the other 4 people, and they've just got no out. They don't get paid out. They don't get anything they want. They were voted out, and they get to put up with it. And that's sort of the question is in small communities, the libertarian perspective is, there can be a better way, but that's not reality. So let's move up a level away from libertarian small communityville and say, can we use voting to fix the Supreme Court?
Well, we were talking about the police, and I tried to do an olive branch, and then Destiny got triggered.
Oh no! Come on. Move back.
Yeah. So we use voting. So you're saying, can we use the institution of voting? Is it an effective tool to change other institutions or to impose the will of the people wherever? Okay. So I think that's really interesting. So I think that voting, the problem is that it's not an advanced tool. It's a blunt tool, right? Rather than a scalpel, it's a very blunt tool, especially by the time you get to the general election, right? By the time you get to a general election, as Obama said, you got, was it fish or like meat, right? Like, or beef, whatever the fuck, right? Like that's your only choices. Taking a step back, through the primary system, you have a lot more options actually to affect your system. Like the individual that your party puts up to vote is decided there. Right? That is where you can force your values, and then from there, it's assuming it's a contested race, it's a 50-50 chance, especially on the presidential level, right?
Are we forgetting Hillary Clinton and Bernie, where they just cheated to make Hillary Clinton the nominee? Like
they didn't cheat to make Hillary Clinton the nominee. What are we talking about?
I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought we were all in agreement.
You gotta
that,
lay off the
Bernie,
RT, man. Come on.
I mean, like,
what was the cheating part?
When they gave debate questions to Hillary Clinton and admitted doing that ahead of time?
So one person acting in an improper manner didn't mean they cheated to give them the election, right? Do you think that sole thing is what tipped the scales for Hillary? She was pulling ahead the entire time.
Is that the sole thing? No, of course not. I'm not saying it's the sole thing, right? I think also, the idea of like, super delegates is problematic. Problematic, right?
The super delegates didn't make a difference. Bernie was never winning that election, just like he didn't win the second time.
Well, no. I mean, why did Joe Biden get elected? He got elected not because anybody liked Joe Biden, but because they believed he was electable. Why wouldn't that be the same thing if people have this belief that the party wants Hillary Clinton and that the super delegates want Hillary Clinton? And we know all of the time that when media tells people that one candidate is more viable, that people want to fit in and they don't necessarily vote their values, but they often vote the way they think they should vote based off of like the whole what the rest of society wants.
Explain how Trump won.
It's real simple. He was on a debate stage and a Fox News anchor asked him about all the horrible things he said to women. And he responded with, I said those things about Rosie O'Donnell. And all of a sudden the right knew that they had a cultural icon that could fight SJW politics.
Okay, so
and they didn't give a fuck about what he was.
You gave me this whole analysis of how the media programs our brains to vote for the most, but Trump was able to break through that whole system with one joke.
Thanks. No, that's first of all, that's not what I just said. What you did is you attempted to reframe it.
I'm not reframing anything.
Yes, you are. No, that's not at all what I said. I said we know from evidence that.
One now.
You did
Fabian,
both of those, but it's okay.
You gotta take an improv class. You got to go with yes and it'll be more entertaining. So I promise.
I mean, I'm just saying, like he mischaracterized what I said, so I'm just correcting.
It's fine.
Great.
I'd like to hear the question that Prime was trying to ask, if that's all right.
Yeah, we'll just let Destiny get away with it. It's fine. He'll do it all night. He knows he can't win.
We're gonna be. Looping down the ANCAP train is fun, but I don't think we necessarily want to do it.
What's an ANCAP train?
Well, it's an ANCAP train in the sense that like we there's a disagreement here. Like in your arguments, Fabian, I'm not trying to mischaracterize you. You're presenting it in some senses like some oppression, some degree of like some degree of enforcement upon the will of a person or violation of a person's will, some degree of non-voluntary integration in society is in of itself a failure of the institutions. But I don't think that's
I was just making this simplistic argument just now to the idea that like voting, right? Like that you can vote in the primaries and it has an effect. And I'm saying, well, yeah, but there are institutions that kind of keep that power from being fully democratized. I'm just pointing out a fact.
I think Prime is trying to get. I think this is why I wanted to throw it to Prime. Is I think Prime is trying to get at like what degree, not what is a failure of our institutions per se, but when does a failure become a failed institution? When does a problem become a fundamental problem?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
So okay, so voting isn't simply putting in like your slip into the ballot box, which I'm not sure if anyone actually does that, maybe in some territories. But voting isn't just that, right? I think something that people don't understand is that there is a whole set of mechanics behind that. There are people, right? Like people who run the voting booths, and beyond that, there's like a party mechanisms that decide on these individual rules, right? And people don't pay attention to that. Like at all, right? So I'm actually trying to work off what our friend Fabian Scott said previously, right? Talking about like how some people thought it was unfair what happened to Bernie Sanders. There was that moment, I believe it was in the Nevada caucuses, if I'm remembering correctly, right? Where the people running the caucus decided to like, if I'm remembering this correctly, and I could be wrong, but cut off voting at a certain point in time, and yes, exactly, and ended up screwing over Bernie. So like that sucks. Like that's what people think of as an institution failing. And so to counteract that, Bernie's people actually took over that party, right? They took over that system in the following years. So
I don't know if you were ever in a Okay, sorry,
So,
but I
almost
want
done.
to.
I swear I'm almost done.
Okay, go ahead.
When we're talking about reforming the system, the reforming system has to be about that as well, right? So when people usually think about voting reform, they're thinking about like the rules of like, well, how do I get to the ballot box? How many ballot boxes or voting machines are there, and in what districts, right? Which is very important, right? Which is usually the 12 people use for suppression. But behind that, there's a whole mechanism that most people don't understand, and this is part of the institutional rot that people tend to forget.
Okay, I'll actually back you up on that. But it's also why voting in a lot of caucuses did get cut off, because I was in the room during a 2015, Democratic primary caucus when the Bernie bros were literally, and as guys who look like me who were soying out about how corrupt Hillary Clinton was, were literally yelling at their local LD at their local precinct about how bad Hillary was and how he was like, you had a moral duty to vote for Bernie because the capitalism is gonna like ruin us all, and
sounds like a lot of conflict.
It is a lot of conflict, but that's where I think that conflict is helping our system, is within party politics, and I think that we have arrived at many favorable outcomes in my local and my state party politics. However, I also think that there is this element of controlled opposition, and that's what we're talking about when we see things like Trump get into the primary and Trump beats Hillary for some strange reason, is that our voters get disaffected by the first past the post system. So please look up the various ways of election reform. I'm in favor of any of them because first past the post, the majority, the tyranny of the majority is a terrible thing. We should have either ranked choice or approval voting. I think both are great. We can talk about why both are great.
That would still be tyranny of the majority, for record. It would just be tyranny of the
exactly.
supermajority.
Well, okay, we could talk about a ranked choice.
It would be
voting.
an improvement. It would be an improvement,
Right.
If 70% had to agree as opposed to 51.
I,
but it would still be
I know
tyranny of the
you want
majority.
to go all the way to super democracy where a single veto can like override everyone, but we're not going to get to that in our lifetimes. We're going to get to approval voting.
Oh, for sure.
Or
for sure. I just wanted to point out that it would still be tyranny.
No, and Scott, no,
okay,
that's
libertarian.
fine. And I actually I think that point is fine. But I think that we, in terms of voting as it stands, we have the primary system, right? Like now you could say if we failed from the beginning because that primary system is focused on two different parties, right? And those are your options. So fair enough, and I'll give you that. But beyond that, within that, you do have choices, and people aren't exercising those choices. So people aren't paying attention to your primary elections when there is a progressive with the policies to actually solve the problems, right? Like you're not actually paying attention to that. You're not seeing that before the you're not even paying attention to like the midterm elections. Fuck that, right? Like people don't pay attention to their local, state, and federal. Well, they pay attention to the federal elections. But I guess another problem with this is the options, right? Like, can voting ever even be fixed? This is, I guess, an even more basic question. Can voting ever be fixed? Because, yes, people aren't paying attention, but there's a lot to pay attention to. I, myself, do not know who my local state senator is, right? I don't know who my city council member is. So that's a failing on my part, right? On me. But I'm more plugged in than the majority of the country, right? The people who are watching this debate are more plugged in than the majority of the country. But I think a lot of them also don't know who their local politicians are. Right. So like, can people have enough time to make all these decisions?
I think another thing we have to point out, if we're going to have a discussion about democracy, and I'm going to olive branch and like talk to the status as a status, right? Is, in the 1950s, we set up a ton of fucking laws throughout the country and states that eventually became universal to stop the rise of communism. And while, obviously stopping, communists from gaining political power is probably somewhat of a noble goal, right? You don't want fucking commies running a goddamn thing.
Certainly
but
not.
That being said, what we did is we, again, and this has been the habit of our country since its founding. We limited power and we limited democracy. And one of the things we did is a lot of states require 30,000, 50,000 signatures in order to get ballot access. They require fuck tons of money. And then, of course, once you have those debate systems, most of those debate systems are companies that, that work in conjunction with the state government that already has a two-power system. And then so it's very almost impossible for third-party candidates to ever be able to debate these candidates. So, I mean, if you want to talk a bit about like democracy and how can we have more democracy, which isn't something I necessarily believe, but if you want to have that conversation, one of the things we've got to do is we've got to allow third-party, like we have to drastically reduce this idea that third-party candidates have to get tens of thousands of signatures to end up on the ballot, and then the state will throw out everything.
But would that solve the
That's
problem?
amazing.
Would that actually solve the problem? At least the one that I'm talking about in this particular instance, right? Because
not from my perspective, no. But I mean, it might make it better.
Sure. Okay, and I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that. However, that's just more choices that people aren't even bothering to make. Right? Or to understand. So on the local level, you can have third-party candidates. It's actually easier for them to break in on that level, but people still don't know who their politicians are. They're not looking at those local races. And again, that's a failure on my part personally, but I think it's a failure that a lot of other people share with me. And so like I think Destiny made a great point, like talking about like the sheriffs, right? Like you can you have the option to utilize democracy and decide who your sheriff is, right? Assuming that you even have a great options there between like which sheriff
or an elected sheriff.
From,
Some
right?
sheriffs aren't elected.
Exactly, right? So that's assuming a lot of things. But even if you do, right? People aren't paying attention to that. I'm not paying attention. Actually, I don't think I can elect my sheriff, but like I'm not paying attention to that either. So like if we can't get past that point, then saying just vote is not going to work.
Well, okay. So I think that, introducing more voting systems will actually help candidates form coalitions. Like if we talk about approval or ranked choice, then it's not going to be as adversarial. You will have candidates going around and canvassing for one another. They'd be like, yes, put me first, or okay, it's fine that you put them first. Please put me second. Or please check both boxes, because we are compatriots in, I almost said comrades, but comrades. We are comrades in this race. We are moving together. And I want to thank Fabian for helping to make America communist again. Thank you very much. But seriously,
look, if your
yes,
county, if Seattle wants to be fucking communist and they leave the rest of the fucking country alone, fucking let them be communist. They can starve for all I care.
The more money Amazon puts into our local races, the more communist we become. It's guaranteed. But back to the point that Prime asked, can everyone have time to get better informed? I think that voting reform will assist in that. I think that a lot of things like open ballot access will help with that. I think that like public media, everything that we're doing here, we're streaming about politics. We have more time, we have more ability to become better informed because of what we're doing right now. And that's why you're all amazing. Thank you.
Do you think, and I'm just curious, right? Do you think the fact that we have like this first past the post, two-party system leaves people in like a nihilistic view of politics where they don't bother to inform themselves because they're thinking it's a Republican or a Democrat. They both work with corporations. They both fuck me over. One wants a 37% corporate tax. One wants a 35. Like, what the fuck is the point? Why would I even inform myself? And do you think that more ballot access would have people more excited to get involved in politics or to like understand what's going on in politics?
If you had a hope of winning or getting something that you want, absolutely.
I think it would.
Okay, I'm just curious.
I think it would help around the margins, certainly. But
I tend to agree. I think more people would like look into libertarianism, for example, if they had any ability to win anything.
But beyond that, it's like the literal time investment to learn all these things, right? It takes time,
of course,
to have a proper understanding. So like I would love to inflate my own self-importance, like anyone else here, because of streamers. But to Seattle's point, or Swale's point, I'm not sure like how helpful this is, right? Like I think it is to a certain extent helpful to have these conversations, right? And I think we do provide some value, but just like this isn't enough, right? Like the things that are blocking people from educating themselves are literally not having enough time, not being paid enough, working long hours, like not having access to childcare. All these things are barriers keeping people from getting involved either within these communities or the larger political project. So when we're saying that voting is failing, like and so many people aren't even taking part in that system. Well, there's lots of reasons, not just apathy. One of them is apathy, certainly, but I don't have the time, right? Like there's so many other things I got to worry about. I don't have the institutional support of the state, right? I don't have childcare. I don't have I have to work hard to get my kid in college. All these things add up and keep people from getting involved, even though there are answers within politics to these questions.
I would add two things to your list. Number one, I would add the insistence upon the nuclear family and the way that that has been destroyed, but also the fact that the nuclear family is not enough, and city planning and the way that we have changed as a culture to have mommy, daddy, and a couple of kids. And then, you know, of course, maybe we have daddy, maybe we don't. I think that even that's not enough. I think many of the difficulties that we face is that we don't have extended family in the household any longer, and that city planning has a lot to do with that, but also our culture. And I would also add that as the government grows more powerful, the complexity of the government grows as well. And so it becomes more difficult to understand the state because the state is more complex. So, and, you know, I think if we, you know, obviously if we were more libertarian and we got the state less involved, it would be easier to be involved in politics.
Can I pose you guys a question super quickly? It's something that I've been wondering, and I am not decided on this. The American democratic system, it's two-party. There's two things that I think are really unique about it from a Canadian perspective specifically, which is that it's exclusively two-party, and almost always third parties just don't really exist or have any attraction. And then there's this emphasis on diverting power back to the state, whereas in Canada, a lot of power, like criminality and stuff like that, is very, very federalized. So one thing I've wondered is that when the system was created, right, when the founding fathers established some of these systems, and I know that they've changed since the founding fathers, but essentially when some of these systems were established, do you think that it worked for the time and era, but now that we've got modern technology and a number of different things, is this why the institutions are getting so like fractured and complicated? Is because the system was actually designed in a way that just isn't adjusting well to like modern era technology? Curious your guys' thoughts.
I'm going to agree with Scott like beforehand and say no, that previously like they weren't working either. I think that our institutions were designed with a skeptical look at democracy, right? I think within our common understanding of the Constitution, in the founding, that like everyone was just like pro-democracy and we want more democracy. The founding fathers must have wanted that, but if you look at the original Constitution, they didn't, right? Like they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Like the Senate is a check on democracy. The Supreme Court's a check on democracy. The fact that we don't vote directly for the president is a check on democracy. There are people who are skeptical of the people in and of themselves.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, the 17th Amendment radically changes the way that the United States government functions, right? Like the idea of the 17th Amendment, before the 17th Amendment was that states, that you would be involved in local politics and you would pick representatives for your state. And then that state would send two senators that were experts, right? Maybe doctors, they might be constitutional lawyers, but they might be engineers, they might be businessmen. And their job was to ensure that an elite group of learned individuals, well, learned men, let's be honest, right? Learned white men, right? Would go to the government and would be a check on the House of Representatives, on democracy itself. And they would also be a check on the federal government from violating the rights of states, right? But once the 17th Amendment comes in, it becomes another popular vote. And that has radically changed the way that our country works at all. It drastically increases the federal government. So this is a big thing that has drastically increased the scope of the federal government. And then of course the first big change would be the Civil War, right? The Civil War radically changes the size of the government and radically changes how much corporations are involved. I mean, the term lobbyist comes from President Grant because he realized that he could meet with corporate representatives in hotel lobbies as a means of like circumnavigating any ideas of corruption or laws. And then we just kind of made it a regular practice because he wanted to deeply punish the South during Reconstruction, because of the Civil War, et cetera.
I didn't know that. That's actually really interesting. Thank you for telling me about that. But yeah, so there's a deep skepticism of democracy, and then of course, right, the Three-Fifth Compromise. There is the slavery in general at the start of Constitution. So I don't think it was ever truly working. These institutions were always failing in some way, and the fact that women couldn't vote, like all these things add up to a very limited, very parsed view of democracy that works for the elite, that reinforces elite opinion. So yeah,
I think more so it was actually to try and mix all of the different forms of government, right? Because you got to think like the only democracy that like there's no democracy like constitutional republics of any size or scope before the United States comes around. Like it had been experimented with a few times, and of course you had direct and different forms of democracy throughout history. But they decided, okay, we want to enshrine Enlightenment liberal values and go against monarchy, right? But they wanted every form of government, right? So they wanted a plutocracy, they wanted a democracy, they wanted a republic, and they wanted a monarchy. And that's why you have a president. It's a symbolic representation of the monarchy. That's why you have a Senate. It's the plutocracy. That's why you have federalism, right? So that you have localization and federal. Well, it's federalism, right? And then of course that's why you have the House of Representatives, so that you have like the democracy of the people. And also they had the Electoral College so that you wouldn't have places of large population and industrialization, even though they kind of they obviously didn't see the Industrial Revolution to its fullest extent, but they didn't want large population centers being able to just like completely run over everybody else that had different cultures, different values, and different things that were important to America, right? So, I mean, we're just in a totally different system than what the Founding Fathers envisioned.
Or more accurately, it was broken.
Yeah, does that answer your question, Erudite?
Yeah, it does.
And on that note, I guess the question that I would propose to you guys is like, you seem to agree, and I think everyone seems to agree to some extent that our institutions are like failing in some regard. I think that's pretty obvious. And like, if that weren't the case, I don't think we would have anything to vote about to begin with, right? But I think the spirit of the original question is, to what degree do the failures that we're facing indicate an inability of the institutions, namely through voting, an indication that these systems and our ability to access change and like gain the change that we want? And to what extent have those systems fundamentally failed? Right, and to what extent do the failures that we're talking about indicate some sort of fundamental, unaddressable failures of our institutions, like voting?
I'm going to challenge that head on. I think that even with as broken as our institutions are, it's still your own fault if you're not involved to the level necessary to affect change. And by that I mean, you absolutely need to reach out to your party politics. You need to reach out to your local representatives. And if you're not doing any of that, or if you're doing all of that and it's still failing, well, at least you have an idea of how to organize people in order to make a change in the system.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's the way forward.
I think, to take a book out of the communists' hands, with exception of step 3, I think step 3 was a dismal failure from Lenin's dual power theory. But steps 1 and 2, I think are another important thing that we need to be looking at, not just voting, right? So if we want to meaningfully do something, I do agree with Soyadl that you should be involved with party politics. A lot of ANCAPs will yell at me about that because they say that, voting is violence, but I would say that it's defensive violence and we should try and reduce the power of the state with that. But also, I think you should look at dual power theory, which is that you should do like the Free State Project. You should be moving into areas and congregating with people that have like-minded views and like-minded things, and pushing away from this idea that we're all just going to magically get along, and like that we can just have this tyranny of the majority system fighting back and forth, but instead move into a community that represents your values and then vote that way, so that local voting actually means something, because you're in a community of people that 90% agree with you.
Did you really just say just move? You said it.
Yes. Yeah,
Steven,
just move.
I'm
yes.
curious. like,
I'll
are
own
there
that shit.
institutions that within the American context, are there institutions that you believe are failing, or will you prove to me that you are a liberal scumbag who loves the status quo?
Wait,
Steven?
say that again.
I embedded a beautiful insult in there. All right. Well,
I think the question you asked, if I heard you right, I think it was one I was going to ask. What are which institutions do we think are failing? I guess which ones?
yeah. What do you think?
I don't think any of our institutions are failing. But
I knew it. But,
yeah, I think they all work as intended. I think that people blame the system for what are genuine differences of opinion of people. Yeah, but
that is the system.
It's easier to externalize those issues onto the systems instead of looking at the actual division that's probably getting worse and worse every single day in the United States.
But I think the system is institutionalized, forced compromise with people that disagree with you, which is conflict.
So hold on the case of like gun rights, right? And us wanting common sense gun reform, right? Which is a general package, a very light gun reform that we can't actually get through. There's like some ridiculous proportion of the country, like 85% or something, agrees for like really basic things when it comes to gun reform that we can't get through. Like, do you think that?
I don't know if there are people proposing legislation that would limit it to those basic common, quote unquote, common sense gun reforms. If somebody's proposed that legislation in the Senate, I'd be interested in hearing about it, or the House. But like for somebody to come out, because there are a few things that poll really well. Like I think one is closing the private sale loophole to fill out the federal forms, the ATF forms. And I think there was one other, I don't think it was red flag laws, but there was one other thing that polls like pretty highly with most people. But I
think it's like universal background checks, I think, is like for all sale.
Yeah. But that's closing the private sale loophole. But the waiting periods might have been the one where I think there might have been like over like 60% of Americans are okay with like a 1 week waiting period or something. But usually when people go to propose legislation, I don't know if anybody has done like a limited gun thing versus it seems like people always want to go farther to like banning assault rifles or magazine sizes federally or stuff like that.
Or they put poison pills in it, right? Like, so the original assault weapons ban, for example, also had the Violence Against Women Act attached to it. Like the idea that like mass shooters for AR-15s has anything to do with violence against women and domestic violence is like just, it's a poison pill, right?
That's
the idea is, yes, it is.
It's a poison pill if you're a psychotic. Right, like sure.
No, it's not. No, it's not a poison pill if you're someone that believes in the Second Amendment but doesn't want to vote against a bill called the Violence Against Women Act, right? And so what this did is it forced certain like people that may have thought of themselves as staunch Second Amendment conservatives to vote for this bill because they knew if they didn't vote for this bill, whoever was running against them would go, "This person voted against the Violence Against Women Act. He wants your wives beaten, etc."
That's the opposite of a poison pill. That's an opposite of a poison pill.
It's the reverse
is to kill,
of a poison pill.
Yeah, it's to kill a bill to make sure it doesn't get passed.
Right.
So.
Okay. I mean, it's a poison. All right. Sorry, I'm poisoning the well. I apologize.
Fair enough. Okay. But fuck. What did Steven say? I was going to respond to.
They're like Biden passed like some weak bipartisan thing recently, like a month ago, that I think it allows states fundings for. It allows state funding if they want to set up red flag laws, and then I think they tried to close the boyfriend loophole. Meaning like I think it used to be the case that if you were a husband and you had a domestic abuse thing, you couldn't get like a firearm, but now they apply that to boyfriends as well, or people in relationships that have prior felonies, like stuff like that. So not much, but like a little bit, like that got passed. But I think the biggest problem, there's two huge problems that people have where they keep going back to this, the institutions are failing, we can't pass what we want, when it comes to analyzing these institutions. The first problem is people will always say, why can't we just get X done? Where X is actually an incredibly complicated topic where different solutions poll differently. So we saw this with progressives. Progressives would wonder with healthcare. Why don't we have healthcare? 75% or 74% of Americans polled said that they want the government to provide a free option. And that was true. But 24% of people polled said that they wanted private insurance banned, with the government being the sole provider of health insurance, right? So it's the same legislation, but how you ask the question, what ends up in the legislation can vary how people feel about it. So that's one thing for complex things. And the second thing is national polling on any issue never matters ever, because things don't ever get passed at the national level. They get passed at the House and the Senate. So you can have 60% support for something, but if a lot of that is coming from like very blue states, like New York and California are 80% in favor of something, but you don't have the votes in the Senate to do it, then it doesn't really matter.
No, absolutely. I think that's a very good point. But would that in itself be a failure of the institution? So that we since
that would be the opposite.
Since
that would be the opposite.
What you believe the function of the institution is. If you feel like the function of our federal legislature is to pass any legislation with 51% of the popular support, then you would say that the institution has failed. But it's pretty obvious to see with the way that our legislature is established, that's not the function, is to pass 51% popular. Right?
And this is something I wanted to hone in on. So thank you for saying that, because again, these things haven't changed much, right? These institutions, grand institutions, except for like the 17th Amendment, which is a very good point, right? These things actually haven't changed much. But still, people have a feeling that this is failed, right? And so what does that actually mean to people, right? Does it mean that, well, it seems like... Go ahead.
Yeah, we can argue about two things. We can argue about a fact of the matter and a feeling about a fact, right? People can feel that something has failed. That's a fundamentally different question than if it has failed. I think that people feel like things have failed when they don't get what they want. That's what I feel like.
I think the real issue here, right, is, and let me get through it before flipping out saying I'm doing ANCAP shit. Let me just fucking say it. Democracy is a form of forced compromise, right? Where multiple people have to come together and they have to, they have to tacitly agree to not murder each other, despite not getting what it is that they want, and despite their freedoms being violated because they're forced to compromise in something that they don't want to do. The problem is that in and of itself, but I think this problem is exacerbated when you have political polarization. Right? Because once you have political polarization, the flaw of democracy, I think, becomes so much more obvious. When two sides are saying, hey, I want a 35% tax, and like other side is saying, hey, I want a 30% tax, and then you guys, and like that's like 90% of the country, and then you settle on 32.5. Like most people, they're not up in arms about that because their positions weren't that different. But as political polarization comes around, right, and one side says, hey, abortion should be a legal right for everyone, and the other side says you're a fucking murderer, there's not really a compromise there, right? Like there's no such thing as compromising between those two positions, unless of course you're libertarianism and you believe in evictionism, but
so
of course we don't want to hear those answers.
No. Except for the libertarian part, like ignore that part. But like I think the political polarization, I think you're really focusing in on something that's essential here, right? I was going to look at this through the lens of the media, but we can, in general, like the idea is political polarization. How do we get here, right? How is it that we have two sides of this nation that refuses to that doesn't even understand the same facts, right? Like we don't agree on the facts at all. Like what has led us here? And
I think the issue.
The corruption of media, probably.
I think the issue is two things have happened. Is people always talk about how we're becoming more divided, but I don't actually think the issue is becoming more divided. I think the issue is becoming more and more homogenous, just in two separate areas. People are withdrawing into these bubbles that are rigidly enforcing all of their views onto each other, and then these bubbles are moving away from each other. So, for instance, if you take a look at all the social media platforms, they pretty hardcore enforce like a certain type of political ideology, and it gets so enforced that when you see certain things publicly, you're not even ready for it because you don't think it's possible, right? This is what we all experienced in 2016 with Trump. When Trump ran for the election, every single person in this country, well, anybody who was plugged into any mainstream media, any academic, anything, knew that he had no chance of even surviving the primary. There was 0% chance of somebody saying those things making it through. But he did, and then he won the election. That was a huge wake-up call. It's like, holy fuck, we are living like matter and antimatter in the same world, and we like don't even see each other. Like there are half of Americans fundamentally don't even know the other half exist. Even though we can inhabit similar areas, we go to different restaurants, we engage with different media, we're on different social media platforms, we have different circles of friends, and that issue of people pulling apart into separate groups, and then the homogeneity in those groups being hardcore enforced is like rapidly accelerating like the political division. Like if we had a group of 10 people, of 2 libertarians, 2 communists, 4 Democrats, and 4 Republicans all debating minimum minimum wage, right? And the hardcore people on the left are asking for $30 an hour, and the hardcore people on the right are asking for no minimum wage because it's oppressive for whatever reason, right? You're probably going to settle somewhere in the middle, which is okay, even if everybody's a little upset about it. But in the world we're in now, where it was like a $15 an hour minimum wage, you see this happen in real life. Look at where the left has gone on that now that they've removed all of the Republicans from that conversation. They don't even ask for 20. They say things like $25 or $30 an hour is slave labor, right? Like it should all be equal across the board. Like that conversation has gone super hard because it's a homogenous group of people. And
that was 6 years ago.
Well, we shouldn't live with each other. That's my answer. Like fucking, I shouldn't be forced to compromise with them.
Why didn't? Okay, so if you think that we're in these bubbles, did you knock doors for any political candidate?
Yes, he did.
Outside of Georgia.
Georgia and Omaha were the two that I did. Yeah.
Okay. In 2016, I knocked doors for Hillary. Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
Nope.
No, she's a shill. Fuck that.
Right. Yeah, fuck Hillary.
Soy.
I voted for Hillary.
The foundation.
We should put them all under the prison.
But I'm saying the knocking doors thing, and I would never knock that effort as somebody that's done it. I think that's great if you're doing it. But I'm not talking about the political engagement. I'm talking about our cultural lived reality that we are like the academic institutions and our cultural institutions are very, very, very far left of where even the average Democrat is. They're incredibly far left and they're very insulated. And then like wherever the fuck Republicans exist, because I'll be honest, I don't fucking know. They're in their whole, I guess, Fox News and then fucking Facebook.
Fox,
they're
Fox
in their
News
own
is
world.
not, no.
Which of our cultural institutions are far left?
Tucker,
you need to talk to
like
Lauren
literally
more. I never thought I'd say that.
Entertainment. So like Hollywood, our TV
Hollywood
shows,
is far
our
left.
music.
Yeah. So hold on. If you mean like, if by far left you mean that like they accept that trans people exist, right? And they show like gay couples kissing, then I'm sure whatever, right?
Far left is in like the subtext to every single fucking movie is going to be how capitalism is evil, and it's going to be a bunch of like Trump jokes. And
what the
like,
fuck are you talking about, Dustin? What the fuck is this?
There's Snowpiercer and Hunger Games, and I guess that's it.
Like what? Like no, all of it assumes that capitalism exists and that it's great. What the fuck are you talking about? Like every so often.
Wait, hold on. Jesus, hold on. Like what? I feel like first of all, like the Batman movie was a huge thing. There's literally lines in it about it. The Boys is like a
millionaire. He's a billionaire.
Sure, I'm just saying that like you can't say that like you can't say how does the left own Hollywood when like it feels like that's the subtext of so many different movies. It's popularly shit on like rich white people, blah blah blah, and that's like a big theme.
I think the problem
is great man fallacy.
Before you guys jump in, I just want to with Steven. So maybe we're not connecting here. All right. So when I say how is it like far left, right? Like I say like I don't see like progressive. Well, not progressive. Far left issues being represented, right? It happens every so often, true. It does, right? And there is, and I think you see more of a skepticism of capitalism and certain properties, certain entertainment properties than we have in the past. That's absolutely the case.
Okay, hold on. Let me reframe what I'm saying. Maybe me saying far left wasn't fair. Not far left, but very left. Is that okay? Like, they're not having like 20% of their cast are trans people, but they're very squarely in like, at the very least,
liberal.
Left of the mainstream Democrat
they're liberal.
institution.
It's
right?
No.
I think.
Let me actually no. This is what's happening, right? First of all, to add to Destiny's point, you have social media that is creating echo chambers, but even more so, the process of social media means that the loudest voices are the ones that we hear, right? Like, if you're a Twitch streamer right now, right? Obviously you're not right now, you're on YouTube, but right, like, but when you're a Twitch streamer, right, like 80% of your views are lurkers, right? So it's the 20% are the only people that you get any opinions from, because those are the loudest voices. And the loudest voices tend to be more radical. They tend to, you know what I mean? Like the normies that that are less extroverted, they tend to sit more towards the center in their opinions. So there's that. The other thing is there's a collapsing of what the left used to be for so long. And we can look at this historically. What the left used to be is a majority of liberals and then a wing of radicals. And those wing of radicals pushed hard, and then the liberals kind of kept them quiet, compromised with them, and then presented solutions to the mainstream. You saw this in the civil rights, right? Like you saw this in the New Left. You saw this in the anti-war Vietnam era. What you saw regularly was a few radicals doing a lot of craziness, right? And then a large amount of liberals that said, yeah, we kind of agree with you, but we want to negotiate. The other issue, this is the third point, the other issue is that when people talk about leftist philosophy and like what's occurring on the left, what they don't realize, fuck, I'll have to make this based ass point later.
Well, I'll hang on to that and say, well, yeah, you're kind of right, Fabian, and this is why the real tankies will say electoralism is garbage, because there's always a compromise with the existing hegemony, and that it has some truth to it. But I almost don't care, and that's why I call myself the centrist anarchist, because yes, we have hierarchies,
so
and we have to we have to compromise with the latent hegemony all the time. Just keep pushing, and eventually things will improve.
So I wanted to focus back on what originally got us here, right? The media was that argument with Destiny about the media was a little bit of a tangent, but talking about the political polarization and how we got there, right? So Stephen posed that like the culture institutions of the left, of the culture institutions happen to be more left. And then we have other
some of
institutions.
them, yeah, and then some are moving to the right, but we're just getting separated. I think even Scalia, admitted before he died. I watched some speech between him and Pryor, or not a speech, but they were having an argument. But I think even Scalia admitted maybe it should be a little bit easier to pass legislation because Congress is so fucked. But not because of Congress, but because of how divided I think the American people are. Because I think we are historically divided. Every single generation says that. Everybody always says it's the most divided everyone. But I think that something unique that exists now that didn't exist in the past is we are more nationalized. People aren't as allegiant to their local area or state. And the internet is hardcore accelerating us off into different corners in ways that it never did before. We are able to filter people on an unprecedented level. And humans are really bad when it comes to selecting groups of friends, because we will audit and audit and audit until only the people that look like us or have the exact same ideas are left. And I think that's also accelerating the polarization in a really unique way. We don't have to engage with our local communities anymore. We can either move or just sit at home on Discord with the only people that agree with us.
So I want to challenge a little bit of that, but it's probably in the opposite direction that you think. The right is coalescing more as it moves right, and the left is spreading out more as it moves left. So like like we have some polling data to suggest this. I don't know that I would like necessarily stand by it as hard fact, because I don't know how much I really trust polling institutions. But that being said, from what we see that the right is coalescing around single views far more than the left actually is. But the left has all of the institutional power, right? I mean, like, I don't think anyone would argue that the left lacks institutional power when it's presented in Hollywood. It owns the media. It has most of the executive branch. It has control of academia. You know, I mean, like, the left does. But we'll argue. I think it's a silly argument, but go ahead. Like, what big institution does the right predominantly have?
I think you're on the right track. But you got something wrong here. That within the left, right, we have the corporatist liberal ring, right? That's his Destiny's favorite. That's his home, right? Yes. And then we have leftists like me, right? Will be the hope for the future. But that's where we like sorting ourselves into, right? Within that party.
No,
it should be. We should like on the left. If by left you mean like the Democrats in general. Right, like the Democrats in general should be two different parties, right? Like we don't actually agree, right? I don't agree with so much of what our friend Steven here says, but still, we are vote for the same party, right? And we have to fight within that. So I think that we are having that the spread that we're talking.
No.
Go ahead, please.
What you're looking at is you're looking at policies, and you're not looking at philosophy. And this is a problem because the left has a lot of mixing and fractured philosophy that is growing in the left, right? So you have liberalism, right, which are the corporate neoliberals that Destiny says are based and you don't like, right? That's liberalism. You have modernist people that believe in the institutions of government, etc. They can talk to the right, even though the right doesn't like them because they don't like their policies. They have somewhat shared values. And then the rest of the left that you're just putting under one camp is Marcusians that have a lot of power that work with neoliberal corporatists. You have individuals that are spread and ideologues of like woke identitarian politics. And these are neo-Marxist vanguard individuals that are like critical race theory or like, hardcore feminism against TERFs, right? And then you have like the general leftist philosophy of like consequentialism and things like that is that goes upon the whole left, right? Like Destiny himself is a consequentialist, and like so are you. So you have overlaps in philosophy that keep you on the left together, but then you have totally radically different philosophy that is fighting against each other.
Where's labor?
I'll say
Where's
this
labor?
one thing. I just want to say this one thing, right? So I hear you and what you're saying in terms of philosophy, and I guess I agree largely with that. But what I disagree with is like, does that actually matter? Like in the end, it's the policies that we are focused on, because it's the policies.
The policies are downstream from the philosophy.
I know, and you're true. That's right, correct, right? But the policies are how people judge our institutions. The focus of this conversation to begin with, right? So, like judging us by what policies that we can largely agree with is, I think, a more useful lens to look at this than like looking at all the different philosophies that we might fall into. I'm done.
I feel like I hate to suggest a simple explanation for what are usually, to borrow a word from Fabian, multivariate influence problems, but I think for this one, I think you can actually point to one big thing. I think that having a person to hate or fight against is an unimaginably powerful unifier and will get you across so many fucking issues. Like, I think that like 95% of Americans were ready to suck Bush's dick after 9/11 because we had an enemy, somebody in the Middle East, who the fuck cares, and we're ready to fucking go on anything. I think that's why you see high approval of presidents during wartime. I think that the reason why the left, even though we kind of had some division, we got more people out to vote for Biden than in the history of any president ever. It's not because Biden is a charismatic, amazing guy, even though he is. God bless our fucking hero by now.
Fuck you.
He's got cancer and COVID.
Go riding
okay?
bikes
like,
with
relax.
that dude. What an amazing man. But it was the idea that we voted against Trump, and as long as Trump was that enemy, that figurehead there to fight against, it was enough to get everybody out to vote and to work together to some extent, and even to kind of shut the fuck up of that radical left wing. You didn't hear him as much during the election season. But after
how's
Trump
that healthy?
Gone, because for a variety of reasons. But after Trump was gone and that enemy vanished, and you peeled back that like anger and hatred towards your one kind of like unifying enemy. Now we're all kind of looking at each other like, well, who the fuck is next? It's like the end of Ender's Game when they beat the buggers, and now everybody on Earth is like, okay, time to go back to fighting with each other. Or I guess what would have happened after Independence Day 1 ended. Like when you get rid of that one common threat, everybody starts looking to fight inward. And yeah, right now we don't see it happening with the Republicans because they're kind of unified against Biden. But I think that there is a big division in that party between whether the party of Trump or not. Even if 80% of them support him, that's a big chunk of your party to lose 20% that aren't enthusiastic about him.
I don't think
see that as much. What do you
mean?
I
don't think the right is unified against Biden so much. I think the right is finally, for like 80 years they've been behind, and I think they are unifying against the philosophy now. I think the right is far more concerned with like quote unquote groomers in schools than they are with Biden. I think they're far more concerned with like woke identitarianism and ideology and what they see as like left-wing excesses than they are against the actual president.
The right has defeated abortion, and now they need a new bugaboo to scare people. That's it.
That's a
well, I don't like that. I don't think it's. I think there's a huge problem. I think if you're on the left, you have to erase this from your brain. I don't know if you're on the left or not. People will do this thing where they say like Americans care about meat and potato issues, economics. That's the important thing. That is not true. Even working class Americans really care about social issues. You can find a lot of poor fucks in America that don't give a fuck about tax policy, welfare, unemployment, but they will die on the hill of abortion. There are certain political topics that are cultural topics that are incredibly important, even to working class Americans. And I think that's important to keep in mind when it comes time to vote. I don't think that Republicans are just looking for bugaboo issues. I think that not Scalia, the guy that wrote the majority opinion on the Alito.
Thomas.
Alito said it best.
On the other case. So sorry.
Alito said it best when he said that like we solved abortion like 50 years ago or whatever, but we haven't. It's been a divisive fight that's just as heated, today as it was the very day that Roe was passed, the day that cases, days.
That's what Amy Coney Barrett said in her Senate confirmation, right? That's why she didn't agree with stare decisis.
I disagree.
She didn't think it was settled.
As divisive then as it was now, right? Because it wasn't necessarily like the religious right hadn't like gotten its teeth into that yet. So
it was. It's just they didn't have any power to stop it because of the Supreme Court.
Sure. But like, it distracted me from what I was going to say. I was going to say whatever. But I think our institutions are failing us are perceived to have failed because. When you look at those social issues, yes, well, now I remember what I was going to say. Destiny, I agree with you that like social issues are animating, right? They animate people in a way that economic issues don't. But I think that the left's ideology or the progressive ideology focusing on economics instead is something for long-term organizing, long-term building of a movement. Because on the backs of that, right, like improving people's lives that way, being put to these policies that say, like, look, you were struggling for childcare, right? This is a huge chunk of your income. We've just solved that for you. It's just taken care of, right? Like something that you have been worrying about the entire time is, how am I going to pay for my kid's college, right? Like I want my kid to have a future.
Yeah, I'm not saying economic issues don't matter at all. I'm just saying don't discount the social issues, because those are really important to a lot of people. Right?
Okay,
if you fuck up all the econ issues, people are going to be mad, of course. But I mean, people don't even understand econ issues at all anyway. Like, I'm pretty sure if you poll most Americans, you say, like, how much did the U.S. government help during the coronavirus stuff? Like, most of them would say, like, oh, like there was hardly any stimulus given out, or the government did like nothing, even though we gave like more stimulus away than I think like every other country in the world. Like, arguably, it's part of why we are experiencing the inflation we are now. So I mean, like, people don't even have a good head for what, or like how many people you ask, like what did Trump, do you think Trump was good for the economy? Like 98% of Republicans are like, Trump was amazing for the economy. Really? What did he do? They don't even know a single thing he did, right? Or you ask, like, is Biden bad for the economy? Yeah, of course. What did he do? He raised gas prices. How? Well,
I agree, but I agree on what you just said. However, like, there are issues that you can point to that can change public opinion, right? So talking about Obamacare, right? Like, I hate Obamacare, right? It was a half measure at best, but it was unpopular at first because of the Republican propaganda push towards it. But now that people have access to it, that like the and all the provisions, like the opinion of the ACA has risen, right? Because people can see this thing that had an economic impact on their lives, right? And then they can reward generally a party that has given them that, right? At least I hope that that's what they'll do afterwards.
Dog, their opinion has changed because time has passed and people are economically illiterate. That's the only fucking reason. It's old news, so of course polling does better, right? Like when it was happening, like there were people joining the military just to feed their fucking family because Obamacare had gutted their ability to have any fucking health insurance for their family. But what the fuck did you expect when you adopted Mitt Romney's fucking
I know, it was terrible idea. ACA is garbage. I agree.
Well, hold on,
but
to be clear, the ACA got like 10 million more people covered than ever were. So the idea that a bunch of people couldn't afford under the ACA that could before is not true. There were more people covered under the ACA than in the past.
Okay, you can't look at a macro idea of like how many additional people were entered into the system and then do an individual analysis of people that had to pay more money because of it.
You're doing the same thing.
More people might have had to pay more money, but the goal of the ACA, because of what it was at the end, was just to get more people enrolled in insurance. And to that end, it was successful.
Right.
It didn't have any cost-cutting measures into it, so we wouldn't expect costs to go down, unfortunately.
Yeah, we had an enormous escalation of healthcare costs in the early 2000s. So I don't know why you think this is Obamacare's fault.
Well, I didn't say it was directly Obamacare's fault. I mean, the first place I would lay blame is the FDA.
Watch the VOD.
So, okay, my only point of bringing in
I'm just saying that was a result. Like, I would say the FDA is the biggest problem.
That's an example of a policy that you can point to, and like Democrats have run on that, right? Democrats have won on the back of the ACA, as limited and as pathetic as it is, right? Imagine if they had a better policy like Medicare for all, right? But the thing is, so you can point to these things, and in the long term, build on that, right? But
you have to keep in mind too that once you pass those could become popular, and then technically this is good, but it feels bad. Like if it's really popular, your opponents might start to adopt the position, and then you can't really use it as your thing anymore. So for instance, wasn't Trump trying to take credit for having the pre-existing conditions and shit when they were trying to I feel like I heard Trump say that multiple times because it was a popular enough provision.
The better example is Mitch McConnell, right? In Kentucky, right? Like he attacking the ACA, right? But then in his state talking about like the state insurance thing, the Kentucky Connect saying that's amazing. Look what I gave you, right? Which is part of the ACA. So yeah, that's a better example.
Yeah. So technically it's good. We want them to adopt these ideas for all Americans, but then it sucks. It feels like you're not getting credit for it, right? Or like,
it sucks if you're one of the people who are punished for it or don't want it.
But that's a messaging problem. What you just said is the messaging.
It's not a messaging problem. No. If I'm individually impacted in a negative way.
Scott, sorry, no. I didn't mean.
I'm sorry.
I meant that at Destiny. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You can argue that there are messaging problems. Republicans do. I think it seems to be the case that Republicans do a really good job at taking credit for things they've done or haven't done. And Democrats seem to have a harder time taking credit for things they've done or haven't done.
No,
But
it's
that might just be a feeling I have. It might not be true.
no. That, well, first of all, it absolutely is true. It absolutely 100% is true. But I think more importantly, to relating it back to what you said previously, is that Democrats have a problem with blaming the other party, right? And giving them credit for all the terrible things that they've actually done, right? So we have a Biden, right, the charismatic individual you're pointing to, talking about his Republican friends and talking about, well, this isn't like the real Republican Party, the one that's that caused January 6th and whatnot, right? Like we have Democrats who one are just buddy with Republicans, but also when the Republicans do something that they know is unpopular, like hanging that around their necks, right, so that no one could ever forget it. The reason why the January 6th committee has been so successful is because it's something that most of the public never gets to see. Like, this is how the Republicans.
I think that the issue is that Biden's path forward, as much as we all seem to hate it, is like literally.
Who gives a fuck about the January 6th committee, dude?
It is the only path forward for a functioning United States. We have to have like Democrats and Republicans that can talk to each other. Like it does. What we have right now is not working. Going forward, it's not working. Biden was able to pass an unprecedentedly huge infrastructure bill, right? Never passed that level of infrastructure before. He did it with Republican votes. Biden was able to pass, even though it wasn't much. It was arguably the most the biggest piece of gun legislation in like 30 years. I think.
Please let's not give that credit. Like
it's 94.
Well, you don't have to, but it was.
It was. I know. No. Hold on.
But like, hold on.
Calling it the biggest.
Go ahead. Finish.
Just calling it the biggest like gun reform, right? Like just it papers over what it actually is. It's a paper thin version
it is
of reform.
Paper thin.
And I agree, but I'll give him credit. He did it. Yes, he did it.
Before we didn't have paper. Maybe. I don't know 100% yet, but I hope so, because if it does happen, there's a few people banning my subreddit. But it might be the case that in the Senate, we might actually codify gay marriage. That might happen. If it does, it's only going to happen with Republican votes. I think there are 5 Republican senators that are for sure, have at least told media that they'd be on board with it. So, I mean, like, we have to be able to work with people in the Senate and in the House that are mainly in the Senate that are Republicans, because if we can't, we're too divided as a nation to pass any legislation. We're like, fuck.
No. Okay, can I pose a question? Can I pose a question quickly? Because I didn't notice Stephen answer this. When it comes to the institutions, one question I pose is, are institutions well suited essentially for the current landscape that we're in? And technology is going to be the biggest thing. Is it that, because you're talking about this division, which is being spearheaded by technology and the internet, is it that the institutions are not adequately developed to manage this? Or is there some level of institutionalization that needs to be done to have some level of handle over what the internet is doing to the division? I'd be curious your thoughts on that, Stephen.
It just depends on what you think the institutions are for. So, like, if you think that the institutions should have a lot of friction and they should only represent an overwhelming will with a lot of will for American people in certain directions, then the institutions are working really well. Again, people are pointing to the divisions in Congress and the inability to do anything like it's a problem with Congress. But I think you could argue it's not really a problem with Congress. It's a problem with the division in the American people. If it was the case that Americans were united on a ton of issues and we just couldn't fucking pass anything in Congress, then I think it's time to be like looking at Congress and like, okay, something is broken with you. But right now, everybody looks at Congress and go, you guys suck. We're not getting any legislation out of you. But then you turn, you look at the American people, it's like, holy fuck, you guys are crazy. Between January 6th, between the vaccine shit, between how we feel about Russia and Ukraine, like every single issue, it is the most insane divides that have ever existed. Between Roe v. Wade, between the groomer shit, between everything. We don't even talk about immigration anymore. That was a hugely divisive issue. We don't talk about healthcare. That's a hugely divisive issue. It seems like we're divided in unprecedented ways in which we have never been before. And then we look at Congress, we're like, why isn't legislation passing? Well, that's probably a big part of it. Would be.
So I think like real point here. Like I think a lot of that technological issue can be fixed to a certain degree if Jane Doe v. Facebook. Like there's a lot of cert of denials that give the opinion from Thomas as well as many other people on the Supreme Court that they believe that the lower court's ruling on Section 230 is absurd. With a more conservative SCOTUS bench, I think that a lot of these issues can be resolved if they accept the case, which I think they probably will. So like unless you pack the court with lefties or something, like in the next year or two, it would not surprise me that some form of censorship online, which makes these echo chambers so much worse when they're getting state funding and they're getting state protections because of the lower court's interpretation of Section 230, is likely to change a lot of this ever increasing worsening situation of all of this censorship that creates such strong echo chambers.
I think you don't understand the internet if you think that Section 230 has anything about organizing. It's like it's only what's in the popular media, and you can't say at the same time that popular media is garbage, and that it's this supremely important thing such that Section 230 is destroying our institution. So I want to step away.
That's not what I said.
No, I want to step away from the brainworms and get us into where technology is actually reforming the party system. Is like parties, like especially Democratic and Republican parties, have been primarily, the people inside of them have been retirees, have been people who are independently wealthy, and using technology, getting in there in the Zoom and the Discords and the Slacks means that young people have more access to these institutions than ever before. And I think that's incredibly positive. It doesn't need to be about the public facing, streamer brain stuff that you're all talking about. It can be behind doors, beyond the reach of censors, and actually talking to people, reaching out to people where your voice matters. So please get involved.
I know that you don't believe this. I know that you don't believe this. But I have proof that you don't believe this. I have proof that he does. That he's lying.
Okay. Give us your proof, and then we got to wrap things up because Destiny needs to go about 2 minutes.
You guys keep going, and I'll
Soyaddle, you specifically joined my server, my Discord server, on a SOC account because you said that you saw the writing on the walls and that certain political beliefs in Discord servers were likely to be nuked and censored, and you didn't want your account to be censored in my Discord server because you were afraid that we might talk about COVID too much.
That's true.
We might talk about specific political issues.
Doesn't prove anything.
The idea that people are able to organize without the issue and that this is making things better. While you also believe that certain political opinions are going to be censored in those things.
For interacting with crazy people who are anti-vax.
I'm calling your bluff, dude. I'm calling your bluff on your bullshit.
No, it's not. I believe in it so much.
Before Destiny goes, I'm going to do the actual streamer thing, right? The smart streamer thing. I'm going to talk to his audience. Hey, guys, my name is Prime Kai, right? PRIMECYS. I stream on Twitch and I stream on YouTube. So you should come if you aren't familiar with me, right? I've dunked on Destiny before. It's not my first time, right? He remembers the pain. So if you want more of that, right? And if you want more of these, because I do these type of panels all the time, come on over. You can be a part of it. I do open panels all the time, like all throughout the week. So sign up. I'm streaming right now on YouTube, but I'll also stream on Twitch. PRIMECYS. Prime Kai. Come sign up. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Destiny?
I'm Destiny on all the YouTube.
Okay, Destiny, I know you need to go, so thank you so much for being here. If the three of you would like to stay, we can continue for like another half an hour, and then I need to get skedaddle as well. Right. If you guys want to cap it though here, just give me like a thumbs up if you want to.
I'll give you my shout outs.
Real quick, my name's... before I leave, you guys should all shout out before, so my audience knows where to find you. Go.
Thank you. You can find me on Twitter, mostly Carl Alex Pauls. You can also go to Soyaddle on both YouTube and Twitch. But I also have another YouTube channel called Your Environment Seattle, and I have a third YouTube channel called the Eco Monitorist Channel. I have a show every Saturday, 11 a.m. Pacific, and you can find me all over the place. If you're going to Albuquerque this October, right after TwitchCon for the Thorium Energy Alliance Conference, I'll be giving the opening address. I'm a big nuclear advocate. If you think nuclear is based, I think you're based. Soyaddle.tv.
Well, I guess since I'm the only one that hasn't said anything, whatever. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. We're an anarcho-capitalist duo stream. We primarily on Twitch, though you can follow us on YouTube, or if you search Fabian Liberty on Twitter, you'll find us as well. We do a lot of philosophy stuff. We do a lot of news. We do some reactions. We also do a lot of interviews. We interviewed Tulip R. We interviewed Buck Angel. We've interviewed, Dr. Walter Block. We've interviewed certain, Libertarian Party candidates. And this Wednesday coming up, we will be on twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty. We'll be talking to Yaron Brook, who is chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute. Probably one of the most, besides maybe Leonard Peikoff, probably the world's most famous objectivist in the world. So if you want to be there for that as well, come check us out. We keep them coming.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I think Destiny's about to dip. Thank you guys all for being here. Appreciate it. Do you guys want to fight about internet for another half hour?
Meat, do you want to?
Yeah, what about
advertise?
your moderator? Like, come
Yeah.
on.
Okay,
He's a newbie.
Hey, I'm
he's
just
your
here. I'm just helping
protege.
out,
He
man.
won't shit on me. He's
He's a
going to
guy.
tell
He's-
you why I haven't
he's
done
your
anything.
protege,
Before
all
you
right?
try to act like I'm an asshole, Meat can explain to you.
Oh, why you're an asshole?
No.
Why?
Yes.
Why
Let's
I
go.
didn't give you space
I'm-
to shout yourself out?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I wasn't. I must have got distracted there for part of a second. Why we give you to what? Sorry.
They're
so much
asking. They're saying I'm an
misunderstanding the
asshole
question.
because I didn't give you space to shout your own name out.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that was an important part. I missed that. Yeah. Oh no, I'm fine. I'm not. So I guess I'll make the announcement here. I don't think I'm going to be streaming anymore. Haven't really been digging it. It was a fun little social. It was a fun little experiment. I'll still probably pop on your open panels when someone says something that pisses me the fuck off. But yeah, I was helping Erudite out because she's trying to kickstart this thing and with this dual moderation role, and I thought it'd be a nice little send off.
Okay.
You know, so no, I'm thank you for the money, everyone, but shouting myself out is no longer relevant.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
And
I
all of you
appreciate what I could
forced
get
him
in
to
the
say
meantime.
that right here, right now, when he wasn't ready, like
Yeah,
a
you
bunch of
fucks.
assholes.
Oh my god, trying to call Erudite out. What the fuck?
Thinking like I don't think 8D chess. Rude.
It was
18,
nice talking
really?
with you again, Stephen. Haven't
No,
done so in a long time.
only
Missed
3.
it. So hopefully we can do that again.
Okay, be
Okay.
careful. If there are any more N-word debates, make sure to message.
Absolutely.
Good to talk to you. Let's talk about nuclear sometime, anytime.
Sure. Well, do you guys want to continue, or are we feeling good for the day? Okay, I'll give you guys another half hour.
Sure. Okay.
I don't care one way or the other, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I can. Sure, let's do it. Right?
What are you talking about? I was only here for the clout. Now that Destiny's gone.
Wow.
Well, now I can give my
Viable
biggest
option.
braggadocious, most like base takes. Now that the big audience is actually so. I really do believe in organizing in the state party, and we had this enormous victory this year when the freaking idiots from the 31st LD tried to pass an anti-nuclear plank, and at the same time, my caucus had developed a paper that became entered into the arguments against, and it was just a total disaster for the anti-nuclear folks, and they got beat out 420 to 206. And that's why you should be involved in party politics.
I'm all for nuclear. Also, just for the record, state of New Hampshire, super libertarian. The only big funding bill that they possibly propose, as opposed to nullification and reduction in state power, was to put a board together to study viable options to bring nuclear to New Hampshire.
So before we get lost on nuclear, I actually like to ask our lovely host, Erudite, a question about her opinion on Canadian institutions.
You're not the moderator, Prime.
I am not the moderator, and she can tell me to fuck off. That's her ability.
That is true.
But I was wondering, like, what's your opinion on your current institutions? See, like, the landscape overall. I know you and I have different political opinions, so maybe if I looked at it, I'd have a different opinion on these things. But what's your centrist, terrible take?
I would say that, like, at least in Canada, for the most part, our institutions work pretty well. Confidence in our institutions is actually decently high for the most part. There are, like, inherent problems with any democracy or institution. There are pros and cons. If somebody came up with a better system, I would be definitely for it, because I think there's critiques to be made. But I'm definitely not really a radical, like, dismantle any major institution, excluding potentially. I might be willing to radically dismantle public education with, like, radical reform. That's the only thing that I think. I don't know how we correct it with the institution as it is right now. Other than that, I think all problems with institutions can probably be corrected at an institutional level.
Could you explain your issues with public education? That sounds fascinating.
Sure, but I'm going to maintain moderator, so I won't go too much into it. But
okay.
I basically, at least in Canada here, I think that there is this growing issue where essentially education has fundamentally just become childcare. And I think because of that, we see a massive, we treat it like the most cheap budgeted childcare. So we hire as minimal teachers as possible. We educate them as minimally as possible. We give them tenure and unionization so that by the time that they're compassion burnt out, you can never fire them. And so they'll just lay in their job and be shitty to kids and not really care. And there's no reason to, because they have salary. And so I think that we have, like, this system that, in my view, like, I think kids, I'm obviously, like, I really care about kids, and we're constantly giving kids the short end of the stick. And I think public education is like the most extreme form of this. I think increasingly kids are getting to university and they're less and less prepared for university demands. They're getting funneled into university like it's something that everyone should have to do, when the reality is most jobs that people do don't actually require a bachelor's. It just requires a bachelor's, right? Like it literally requires a bachelor's. We just don't give a fuck what it's in. And it's like, why the fuck are we even doing this? What's the point? Like, make academia for what academia is for, which is like pursuit of knowledge and inquiry and research. That's based. I'm a nerd, fucking love that shit. And so we have kids who are unprepared. They're getting 18 years of babysitting. That's typically subpar, sub-quality. Kids are getting bullied the fuck and like traumatized. And I'm not fully against bullying. I think like some level of like peer like pressuring and like social like correction is valuable. The problem is that we have so few staff that we don't know how to deal with it. So the best way to deal with it is just like say never be mean ever. And so the only kids who get away with being mean are the passive aggressive fucks who make everyone else's life a living hierarchical nightmare. Just in like no way do I see any redeeming qualities of the public education system. And the issue in at least Canada specifically is the way that you go about reforming that isn't super clear, because it's not like a direct one-to-one line between like the public and our educational institute. And so
2 sentences.
this is my show. So he asked for my full opinion, so there's my full opinion as it stands. There's obviously a ton of things that I'll probably move on any position with enough evidence on it.
I had to. I'm sorry. I had to.
Erudite though, and I know you don't want to dig into this now. That's fine. But I think that we have a lot of common ground here that we could discuss. But the one thing that I disagree with.
I agree with everything she said, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Progressives and radicals love my education take.
I do. Yeah,
abolish the Department of Education. Get rid of it all.
Except that we have to abolish public education. Now, it's true that I may not completely understand your system. This might be something I'm missing there. But I feel like everything you're talking about can be easily reformed. Unless maybe whatever system you're talking about might be superior to that, like you're replacing it might be superior to that. But the public education system, I don't think is the problem. I think it's all the politics around it that you were describing. But I can.
I think it's
what he's saying. What he's saying is
board members directly.
Vote the right people in, and it'll magically be solved.
No, that's not.
That's what he's saying.
I
bring it back to voting. We just vote hard
field
enough.
is hot dog shit. I think the board members in education are hot dog shit. I think everyone virtue signals more than they actually care about anything, and it seems like distinctly a problem in any childcare service. So like, I don't know how to reform it with the system we have, because when I look at it at every single level, there's a problem, and I'm just like, I don't know how we fix this without just like a complete overhaul. Which I also realize is an idealistic goal. I realize that'll probably never happen, but that is my position. What would be the best?
We need an auditor.
Well, would you still have like standardized education for the public, right? Like
yes,
a free.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So maybe when you're saying that we would drastically reform the public education or get rid of it, right? You don't mean.
Yeah.
Okay. What?
None. So I definitely recognize that like literacy and basic education is like the fundamental thing that typically makes almost all nations go from being impoverished and like very corrupt to better. Education is the best thing you can give, for example, countries that are impoverished, and getting girls in school specifically. So basically I would probably bump the age, right? We're like rushing to throw kids in school. Some kids are starting school at 3. I've worked with people, I've nannied for families whose 3-year-old has homework. 3-year-olds don't need homework. There's no reason for that. There's no justification. It's just putting a lot of pressure. Then we wonder why at 22 everyone's stressed out, burnt out, and hates their life. It's because they've been working since they were 3. It's insane.
You're too white-pilled. There's a reason for that, right? Because
I know why
the left doesn't have children. The left reproduces asexually, and they want the state to have more control of your children at an earlier age so that they can indoctrinate them at an earlier age.
The left is when you're
so close. You're always so close, Squat. You always like swing, and then you just skate right over.
All the time,
like,
he does
point.
that.
He's like, here are all the facts, and I'm like, base, and he's like, so here's the conclusion, and I'm like, what?
How did you do it every time?
Get here? I don't know.
I mean, how am I right every time, and you're just a lefty?
You got all the right facts and all the wrong conclusions. It's so impressive.
Oh, well, would you like to challenge one? Any of the conclusions that are wrong that I've ever had? Would you like to pick any of them? Pick your favorite one that is a conclusion that I've had that you think is wrong.
Presently, not right now, but at a future date, I would love to.
Yeah. I would like to have a conversation with you.
I'll give you a ton of time to research which of the ones that you think is wrong is the one I'm the most wrong on, and you can come at me anytime.
Sure.
It might be fun to have a larger conversation with you on education reform and like what you think. But I can try to educate myself on the Canadian system. But I think a lot of the things you're talking about like are cross border. And
yeah, I mean, I think if I make a dream education system, then we would make a dream education system. But I realize it's very unlikely. It's very untenable.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
So back to this with the remaining time that we have. So what is
You guys were, there was a little bit of drama going on between Scott and Soy about how Soy was lying, according to Scott, because he was using a burner account. And it was connected. It was originally connected to things about like internet and institutional control over it.
Right. So no, you're absolutely right.
I don't know if it's drama. I was just calling you out.
It was great. I love it. I did catch a ban on Discord for being in an anti-vax Discord server. And I was made a moderator, and I actually went to VidCon and I snuck into the creator space with a community badge, and I talked to Discord about this directly. And so yeah, there are individual liberalized institutions that are actively censoring people. But that doesn't mean the internet is trash. That also doesn't mean that Section 230 has anything to do with free speech. It's no solution at all to this Discord problem that you think I have. It proves nothing. That's it.
I think lower courts interpretation of Section 230 allows for a lot more censorship than what would be allowed if it was appropriately decided. I think if the Supreme Court, right, under Thomas's opinion, in his cert of denials and the justifications that he put forward were the majority opinion, and he wrote the majority, what you would see is that it would be very easy to sue institutions that you have a contract with. Let's say Twitch. Like if the Supreme Court was to adopt either of the cert of denials where Thomas speaks on, like, it's like, I think one's like 90 pages, right? So it's a bit to read through. But if that was to be adopted, Destiny easily could sue Twitch for a breach of contract for not appropriately providing him the right information and following their rules appropriately and making sure that the rules that they have are the same rules that everyone else follows. And we would have Destiny on Twitch, or we would have a very, very clear guidelines in TOS and communication about what you can and can't say. And I think that this would stop having such a large impact, especially like places like Twitter, right? Where like James Lindsay is getting banned for using the word groomer inappropriately. So now we all have to use the word predator and just use Reddit and then predator, or we have to say something like Disneying, right? Because it's really going to be really difficult for them to ban words that are already attached to high ESG scoring corporations, right? But that's the thing, right?
Okay, I actually like your nuanced take. It is not the empty-brained Republican Section 230 is bad, we need to abolish it take. That's the one I'm used to.
No, I'm saying that the state is affording protection to these corporations to set up contracts, and that those contracts are not being enforced or punished in any way at all, really. I mean, it's almost impossible to sue YouTube and win, right? Because the lower courts just say, no, we kind of get to do whatever we want, and our TOS doesn't need to mean anything.
It's even worse than that. Like in terms of it's not that it's impossible to sue YouTube. Like if you're a larger corporation, you have the funds, then you can get them to settle and do what you want eventually, right? YouTube's terms of services is designed around corporations, right? This whole copyright infrastructure we have is designed because Viacom told them to like we're gonna fuck you in the ass if you don't comply with us, right? So
that might need to be a different legislative thing.
Yeah, so I think
Section 230 to be fair, DMCA. So I don't know. They might wrap it together.
So it's just that when it comes down to suing, that's not the word I'm looking for. But when it comes down to that, once you've gotten to that point, you've already lost, right? For when it comes to the common man, because the common man is not going to have the funds to do that, to take them to task. Like if I have a problem with Twitch, first of all, they'll force me to arbitration.
You're wrong. Right. You're wrong, because if I sue Twitch, it costs Twitch money. If I sue YouTube, it costs YouTube money. And the fact of the matter is that you as an individual are not going to be able to have any meaningful change, but 1 million YouTubers suing YouTube will it's already nearly a bankrupt thing anyways. Right? You see what I'm saying? Like it's the same tactic with Patreon and Sargon of Akkad.
No. Okay, so
Wait.
I agree with you that like a class action lawsuit would be the most effective thing. But I'm saying that on an individual level, assuming that you can't actually organize these people, right? Organize these workers, which you should definitely, right?
Or just 1,000 or 1,000,000 individual cases.
Sure, I hear you, but like it costs money, right, to do that. Like I don't have the resources, and maybe or whatever my problem is like more unique, and not so many other people are having it, right? Or I can't find other people who are having that issue. So like when I'm having a problem with YouTube, like yeah, sure, I can take them to court. I can give it a try, but I'm going to get crushed. They can outlast me. Right? I tell you what's in my bank account.
Yes,
they can outlast me. So.
You're 100% correct that Section 230 reform wouldn't change that. But what it would change is that because now the corporation knows that they're going to lose some of these cases, they're far more likely to change their system, right? Off of that. Because if they lose a couple of cases and then you have a bunch of other open cases, the financial burden on that institution because it's a company, right? Now Alphabet owns YouTube, right? So for messaging, let's be honest, they don't own it because it's profitable. They own it because it allows them to have some swing in the ability to change ideology and to change the narrative. But if you make it even more expensive, right, that incentive structure changes. I don't think it like it's a perfect solution. I'm a fucking anarchist, right? But I do think that there is some things that we could do to lighten the burden that ideological echo chambers that are reinforced by corporations and their moderating policy can have by a more appropriate and better utilization of Section 230 in the lower courts. And that's going to require likely the Supreme Court to step in.
So as a libertarian, are you comfortable constraining Twitch and YouTube's contract rights?
What do you mean by constraining Twitch, and what do you mean by that?
So the reality is that right now they offer you a contract where you agree to binding arbitration, and you think that that should not be allowed. That you should have the right to sue them.
Well, I think that the current system under common law and libertarian philosophy would be that this is a contract that is likely unconscionable. First and foremost, because they don't actually abide by their own contract, so they violate their own contract regularly. But that I would also say that changes to the contract to individuals that are already streamers, right? So, for example, like people that have been around for a while, that would also be a violation of the contract in terms of undue influence if they change it massively and they have a large enough of a monopsony. So, I think there are multiple ways you could look at it from a libertarian philosophical perspective in terms of common law practice of contracts and whether or not those contracts are valid. Am I willing to just have the state step in and then just say like, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this, in non-voluntary means? No, but I do think that the courts are not appropriately protecting actual contract law, and without contracts, you can't have libertarianism.
Well, I guess libertarianism, but
libertarianism in the Rothbardian tradition, not in the libertarian socialist tradition. That was a no-name nobody, de Jacques, and then the word completely fell out of practice, and a bunch of lefty anarchists are mad because we got that word back.
I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Good chat.
Oh shit! I don't know where I like. You know what I mean? Like, does anybody else have anything that they want to do?
I don't think so. I think if the conversation's coming to a natural conclusion, I'm happy to wrap it up. Anyone have any final thoughts before I wrap things up?
My final thought is that I appreciate you stepping into the Friday night slot, and I think the name of both sides is a little silly, especially when you bring two anarchists on the first time. Branding is branding, and if people like it, they like it. Maybe find some righties. I don't know. But other than that, I think it was a lot of fun, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate the more structured form of like telling people to shut up and stop gish galloping and pay attention to what the issues are.
Just to be clear, I don't want people to not be mean. My cardinal rule is you can be dumb, you can be mean, and you can be wrong, but you can't be all three at the same time.
I guess so.
You can't argue me off of it. That's how I moderate my entire Discord server. It's our cardinal rule, and it's based.
But yeah,
If I'm correct, I can be mean and wrong, but I just can't be dumb about it. I have to be clever. Okay.
Well, the problem comes
If you're
into who
smart
gets to
enough.
decide who's
People
wrong.
just loathe you. When you're dumb, mean, and wrong all the time, everyone on the panel and the viewers, everyone just hates you. It's unbearable to deal with. But if you're like dumb and wrong, but you're not being super mean, it's not the end of the world. If you're only two of these things at any one time, everyone's like, yeah, there's something redeemable.
If you're smart enough about it, it's still annoying. We're just willing to put up with it. That's all.
Yeah.
It's entertaining.
For sure. Yeah, thank you. I am glad you guys enjoyed it. If you guys have any feedback, since I've just started doing panels and stuff, let me know.
I got it. No, I'm going to say this. Like, I really enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. I was going to just DM it to you, but I'll say it to you in public then. I really enjoyed coming on. This was fun. You got a great group of individuals here. So thank you for thinking of me. And please invite me in the future. I'd love to come.
Awesome. Meet. I'm sorry that this is one of your last streams, but thank you so much for helping me out and finishing this up.
I'm glad to be done with it. All right, I was trying to force a square peg in a round hole.
It's a lot of work.
This was a great alleviation to my suffering.
Right, and you even had the right politics for it.
What, being I don't know, being a based reasonable centrist? A lot of people don't like that on this platform.
No,
it's crazy.
Look, no, Twitch.
I love the
Twitch
status
has
quo.
allowed
Daddy government. Let's go.
Twitch allows two opinions primarily: hardcore leftists or center leftists. Other than that, Twitch is fucking mad.
All right, well then I'm perfect. I mean, now sometimes I'm called center right if I'm arguing with a leftist, but it just depends how mad they are.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. Not so Erudite's barely a neoliberal. Like, she's pretty left wing, and yet fucking Prime Kai's is over here like the centrist, and it's like, okay. And people think Counterpoints is fucking right wing, and that's the most hilarious shit to me. It's like he's obviously a lefty.
You believe in the marketplace of ideas, but you just can't explain why righties are failing on Twitch. I mean.
Yeah, it might be that literally get banned if you say anything too mean about Keffels.
Erudite,
the rules are the rules.
You, so hopefully it'll work.
Now the rules are the rules in the marketplace.
I'm not sure it will, but I'm soft rating you at least. All right, everyone who's watching me, I am soft rating into Prime Kai's. I have spammed you guys with the link to his stream like 17 times, so go there if you want to keep listening and watching. Make sure you guys give a thumbs up, and if you want to support me, you can always become a member. You can always donate. All donations are going so that I can go to TwitchCon in October, so you can all see your favorite Canadian goddess. So you're welcome, everyone. You're welcome for using your money to go to TwitchCon.
Party in my room.
Well, you can donate. You can donate to me or follow me at Fabian Liberty. I'm just trying to eat.
Yeah,
that's what my money goes to. I'm a lot smaller. I'm just trying to eat. I'm not trying to get money for TwitchCon. I'm not even allowed.
You're not allowed at TwitchCon? Or you're not allowed to travel?
Like, I could
in the state of California, he's not allowed.
That's true. That's
Is
probably.
it like a vaccination or like a criminal issue?
Well, I'm obviously not vaxxed. Like, I don't know who's dumb enough to do that.
Yeah,
really not us.
I imagine. Okay. Well, thank you guys so much. I'm going to stop the stream now and have a super wonderful night.
Yep. You have a good one.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Woo. Thank you.
I'm done streaming. If you guys have any last questions now that you're...
I will stop streaming myself. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, my stream's done.
Okay. Is Erudite still going to be here? Or,
I'm still here, yeah. I just got to swap my camera.
She closed OBS.
Yeah. If anyone came from Erudite's crew, hello, hi. Thanks for being here. Please subscribe. That helps, right? Subscribe and hit that like button. Be very helpful. So, but yeah, this was a lot of fun. I think you put on a really good program. I think the real test though, because you said at the very start, is the group of people that you got weren't people who are gonna be too much trouble for you, right? Like, when you run into trouble, people are just being assholes with a real test. But I think it'll be fine.
I feel very comfortable with assholes. It's actually when people are being mostly nice and then they're like a little bit bad faith where I'm like, oh, I don't really want to say anything because they're just mostly being nice. So the assholes are easy to moderate because in my view at least, but that's maybe because I've dealt with really angry children my whole life. So
that is pretty true. The slimy sort of rules manipulating
the subtle stuff.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meat. Good job. Thanks for being my referee.
Oh, listen, I maybe should have been more hands-on, but usually, when I was about to ask the questions, either Prime came in and basically asked something pretty comparable, or you came in as I was about to. So, who cares? You know, I kept the seat warm.
I'm sorry.
No, please hey, the more you ask the question, I'm going to ask, the less work I have to do.
It's true.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
True.
I think so how have you seen your growth on YouTube? Like, have you seen, like, when you're doing these? Well,
I'm making more money on YouTube now. I'm making more money on YouTube than on Twitch.
Oh.
Nice.
As of this month, yeah. Most of it goes to my editor, because I have a really wonderful editor and a pretty good contract that we have with him. But at this point, the net income is more from YouTube, even though they're taking 24%.
And it's the VODs afterwards, the produced videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and memberships actually. I've been doing pretty well, because you can set pretty low dollar value memberships as well. So a lot of people might not be comfortable with a $5 membership, but most people are pretty comfortable with a $2.50 or even a $1 membership. So
nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've been finding the transfer to YouTube pretty good. I just feel like Twitch pull is somewhat drying out, because it just seems like people are getting kicked off, and there's a lot of people not willing to fight with each other anymore. So I feel like
it really was. So the two things I've noticed is Destiny going, Stardust following Destiny to YouTube has created such an anchor on the platform that's really magical. So there it is.
On YouTube, you mean? Yeah. And now with Hippy Dippy ending as well and stuff, it just seems like it's pretty natural to transfer a bit of politics to YouTube, just because there's so many more bad boys over there that you can pull from that are banned on Twitch that you just can't have on. And it seems like the people who are on Twitch, like Vosh or Xanderhall or other larger creators that are debaters, just don't seem to want to do panels anymore. Yeah,
they don't interact at all. So something I've been considering myself. I'm sorry that transitioned a little bit, doing a bit more on, but I feel like I gotta do a lot more. And yeah, YouTube takes less money. From people behind, people in the audience, it takes less money. A super chat and all that, or a YouTube membership, all that. YouTube takes less money. Twitch takes half, in terms of your subscription membership. Whatever. Well, your subscription, right, on Twitch, half of that goes to them. When you're a partner, you get a slightly better split there, right? Like, basically the fees come out of their end instead of your end, but that's it. Then there's a 70-30 split for on Twitch for larger people, but who knows when you'll be that larger individual. Twitch doesn't even acknowledge the 70-30 split exists. And they'll just give it out to whoever. At some point you reach some level of metrics, and then maybe you can renegotiate your contract. But it really sucks. And it only works as long as you have people who are contributing, right? If people are contributing a lot, then it's fine. And Destiny said at the very beginning, in terms of Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming subs, right? Those free subs that this person can just give to you. That's a lot of great income. But YouTube, it takes was it 25%? I thought it was 30%, but I could be wrong.
I think it's 30%, and then Canadians get taxed 24% for American taxes.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, so we get a fair chunk of our YouTube revenue cut. Yeah, just annoying.
Well,
but Twitch will do the same thing. We just have to claim it eventually and pay the same amount.
Twitch has to drop the content exclusivity. That is absolutely I don't need to get paid for this, so I am never gonna accept that affiliate contract until they get rid of exclusivity. I don't care how it hurts my growth. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Partner exclusivity, you mean?
No, it's affiliate. It's affiliate exclusivity. So if you're an affiliate, you still are under that.
Yeah. But partners, my understanding is they can't, even if they're fully separate and not at all, they cannot go on other platforms at all.
No, that's not true.
Each contract is different.
Okay.
No. Each contract is not different. Most of the partner contracts are the same.
Okay.
There are people who've had previous contracts, so they're old partner contracts. There are some individuals who can stream one both. Like for instance, Fnatic has an old one because he's been in here forever. So he has an old version of that. But at some point, they add exclusivity to all the rest. So yeah, that's a huge issue. But like in terms of what you can do, it's the same for affiliates and partners. Like I can be here on my off time, which doesn't. They can't even hope to enforce that. That like I can't like put videos on here. Like
yeah. Oh, okay. I must have misunderstood. There was a couple of reasons. A couple of people told me not to take partner, so I just didn't take it.
Yeah. It's and the benefits aren't like huge, honestly, right? It's just like it's like a status thing. Yeah, a slightly bit more money, a slightly bit more better split. More emotes or whatever the fuck's like whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sure there will be a partner lounge at TwitchCon.
Oh yeah, there'll be a partner lounge. Yeah, there'll be that, and you can't go in. How about that?
Maybe I'll take a partner contract right before TwitchCon so I can go into the partner lounge.
But yeah, I think it's a lot of misunderstanding about like what the Twitch partner contract like entails. Like I sat down and like read both of them, the affiliate and the partner contract. So
well, yeah, I guess there's the NDA around the contract, which makes it a little more opaque, and as well, so because of that, I only get things secondhand. So even literally being in Seattle, I only get information about partner contracts secondhand. So.
I think so the idea of Twitch politics being like or dying out, I guess I don't entirely agree with that. I guess it's like your definition of that, because the way people have been defining it is that some people have been tossed out. So Destiny leaving, was a huge impact without a doubt, huge loss. Vosh not wanting really to be involved with the rest of us is a problem as well, right? So there's that. But if you're talking about people who are willing to engage like on panels, there's still plenty of people who do that.
Oh yeah, that's not. I more so mean from an audience standpoint. I mean, right now in general, it's summer, so audience numbers are down. In general, like there's been a number of political stuff going on, but it seems like normies are a little bit checked out of politics right now again. So you're just going to see a drive down on that. But then basically the other half is like, if you're a Twitch poll content creator, it seems like Twitch is a little bit more punitive about certain things than they are on YouTube. And so there's incentive to be on YouTube as a politics creator just because of those TOS things.
As long as you don't mention vaccines or COVID treatments, you're absolutely right. I was like, that's the easiest thing to get slapped for on YouTube.
I'm so over COVID. If I never have to talk about COVID ever again for the rest of my life, I'll be happy, because there's almost no one I ever agree with, and it just frustrates me, and I don't want to talk about it. So my content will always be COVID free. Truly, we are vaccinated against COVID in my content. Yeah,
fun times.
Roe v. Wade and determinism.
And determinism. Yeah, no determinism. Holy shit.
Ooh, I'm a compatibilist.
What are your long-term
Me too.
Goals Erudite for this? So you had previously been doing other work, and you got out of that contract. You were done with that contract, then you started.
It ended. It ended now, and I knew it was going to end anyways. And so I was originally just going to get another job. But this was starting to do well, and it's super fun, and you can make your own schedule, which is really, really nice for a lot of reasons. And I didn't really want to go to a jail, because that's the best place that I could go with my psychometrics degree would be like jail and stuff like that. Pays pretty well. So yeah, I just didn't really want to do like a standard 9 to 5. Those kill me a little bit on the inside. So yeah, I've started streaming, and I'm going to see how it goes. And it seems like people enjoy my content. I'm really enjoying more of the social cultural, like pickup artist dating stuff. I feel like there's a lot more utility that I can have there. 'Cause like I'm just aware that I'm not the person you should go through for your political takes. Like, what the fuck do I know?
You're a fucking centrist. Absolutely not. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, if you appreciate like how I think, I'm always willing to go on debate panels, because I think like debate panels mostly highlight how people think, which can be something really useful to like listen to and learn from. But I feel like there's a really big need for a lot of men online, for somebody to care about mental health, to basically advocate for healthy masculinity and not advocate for toxic masculinity, but also like genuinely like want to help these guys like find partners, find long-term relationships, and self-improve. And the problem is that most spaces for men often become like MGTOW or MRA, where they become like really misogynistic really quickly. And there's a lot of men that are actually not interested in that, but they are interested in like getting some level of like dating and like kind of self-growth, like content essentially. So I'm kind of leaning into that direction a little bit more. I've got an increasing number of women though that are also interested in me doing the similar stuff. So I'm really trying to lean it a bit more into like relationship, sociocultural stuff of like, who are we and how do we understand how we interrelate with other people? Because I think that's more my forte anyways. So that's kind of where I'm going.
I'm sorry, I don't know all of your content. Have you done much Mr. Girl content?
Yeah, me and Mr. Girl have chatted quite a bit.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I think that's interesting space. In fact, I had so I did a like a review reaction, I guess, to the men's rights type of space, right? But I did it with looking at content from women, right? So there's a lot of like, you know, those red pill women, and I think those you are the most interesting in that space, right? Like they who share these opinions on like how women should operate, like, you know, who to talk to. And it was funny because one of the people I had, the videos I had looked at during that stream, they're a YouTuber, pretty big, and they ended up like coming to my Twitch channel, like jumping in, and because I had been talking about an issue that they care about, trans in sports, right? You can guess where they're on that one, and we had like a fun conversation. But the larger point is that I think there's a lot of space there for women who aren't red pill, right? At least I don't think you would describe yourself as that, right?
I would say I'm red pill at all. I would say like maybe red pill adjacent to some people. I wouldn't identify myself that much, but it's really hard to identify yourself on a spectrum when everyone's going to have an opinion. But I would say like maybe red pill adjacent, but mostly not red pill at all.
Okay.
But the only part where I'd say like I'm red pilly is like sympathetic to like the like really massive obstacles that I think like men distinctly have. This isn't to say that women don't have obstacles in dating, but it seems to me right now with modern dating, men seem to be struggling a little bit more overall, and there's just more hurdles to cross for a multitude of reasons. Whereas a lot of the issues for women comes down to fundamentally like vetting. A lot of women dating skills and techniques that they need to pick up is like, how do I vet people well, and how do I make myself as safe as possible for as long as possible? And so whereas men have to kind of pick up a bunch of other skills, and then online dating is just shit. So that's why it's like, sometimes it sounds red pilly because I'm going to say things like, yeah, online dating is shit for men. It just is shit for men. It's terrible. It's dating on nightmare mode. It really is. It's dating on nightmare mode. And if it works for you, fucking base, you won nightmare mode, but it doesn't work for most.
Did you ever do a West? Oh, sorry. I just want to get out. Did you ever do a West Elm Caleb arc?
No, I'm just starting to kind of dig into some of the old Pew, because I've never watched like Pickup Artists or anything like that, and those are going to be the people that I probably want to debate the most. Is be like, hey, women are actually nice. Women are good people.
I think that sort of the discourse around West Elm Caleb is a good opportunity for you to be really supportive.
West Elm Caleb.
Yeah,
I've heard of them, but I don't remember. But
it's a TikTok meme.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. And I'm completely lost. Fair enough. Okay. So, I wanted to focus in on then what you actually believe in, because there's a statistic, and I gotta find it again, about like online dating, that like with Tinder and all that. Yeah, it's like an 80-20 thing,
or whatever it's called. Yeah.
It's like a very small percentage of men get like the vast majority of the dates there, and then everyone else is like fighting to get like any sort of matches, right?
Yeah.
And most of the matches you get are actually fucking bots. Like that's the thing. I
Bots.
know that. Yeah. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's like flashbacks.
Yeah, because women don't want to be on those platforms either, right? Like dating platforms are nightmares for women too, just in a very different way. Like it's very scary, and if you don't trust yourself to vet well, every date you go on, you're like, did I do a good enough job? And if you're like not sure about your own ability to like gauge people, that can be really, really intimidating. So if you're wondering about the 80-20, the stats seem to be true. The issue is that most PUAs, or like red pillars, will say that those stats mirror onto IRL dating, and it doesn't seem to really be the case. This idea that women are really only selecting for aesthetic. The issue is that in a dating app, that is all you really can select for, because I don't care what the fuck you write in your bio. You could just be lying. And there's no way for me to know. It's just emojis and text. So all I can determine about you is what you look like. But the issue is that like I don't actually think women select just on physical attractiveness. I actually think women select on physical attractiveness less than men actually do in IRL dating in general. So it's like these stats are true on online dating. And in most studies where you look at where women are selecting men, most studies even on this, they force the women to select men only on aesthetic as well. Like they just give them pictures, right? And so it's like the issue is that like this doesn't seem to be a way a lot of women actually select their partners anyways. And so it's true for online dating, which is why I tell men, don't online date unless you're pretty confident that you're in the top 10%. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like if you're in the top 10% and you're just looking to like hook up, I guess just be as ethical as you can be if that's what you'd like to do. And don't lie to women and say you're going to date them and then fuck them and leave, you know? For the rest of the men, online dating is just, it's not the best space. So I typically tell men there's two amazing spaces to meet women, because there's a lot of women there that are wonderful and nice and kind, because on average, women are wonderful, nice and kind, which is charity work. You know, most charity work is done by women. Not very often filled by men, particularly charity work with animals and homeless populations and children. Those are three great spaces. Summer camp is an amazing place to meet women. You're having mutual activity. It's fun. It's fun being a camp counselor. It's fucking amazing. You just get to fucking like zip line and wall climb and play soccer all day for like an entire summer. Most of the women there are like decently like fit. They're interesting. They've got hobbies. They're oftentimes getting educated. So charity and volunteer work is an amazing place to meet women. And then co-ed sports is another amazing space to meet women. You've got a mutual hobby. So it's an easy date. Just do the mutual hobby, just one-on-one. Like rock climbing is a great place. Seriously, every time I go rock climbing, I'm so intimidated by all of the extremely attractive, like charismatic women that are just like climbing up these walls in their leggings, and like their asses look great, and they just look so good. And I'm always just like, oh my gosh, there's just so many attractive women in this gym. Like I'm a vibe right now, you know? So like co-ed sports or like league sports. So like volleyball, basketball, like community league type sports as well. It's another really great way to meet women that men often don't capitalize on.
So I can absolutely picture you as a camp counselor. Like this is,
I did it for 7 years.
This is a vision. I did camp. I was a camp counselor once actually as well.
That's how I met my husband. Actually, was camp counseling. I'm telling you, it worked. And everyone always talks about my husband's shorter than me. He's a short king.
Oh, all right.
And when we met, he was a high school dropout, and I was like a very high-end academic student. So I'm telling you, kids, camp counseling works.
How tall are you and how tall is he?
I am like almost 5'8". I'm 5'7" and like 3/4, I think. Okay. And he is 5'6.5".
Okay, cool. But very handsome, so it doesn't matter, right?
That is true.
Yeah. So, I love that you're taking it, like giving people practical advice. So you're already on a great start as to where to meet individuals in real life, because I'm actually quite confused about that as well. Like I'm a person who, no, seriously, like
I get it.
I'm single. I don't drink, which is a big thing, because that means like bars are kind of pointless for me. Yeah,
you don't want to mostly meet girls at bars, anyways. It's not the best venue.
I don't want to do that. I don't like the environment. I'm not really a club person, right? And that's also a terrible place to meet people as well, right? You want to go to a club with your girlfriend rather than trying to find a girlfriend there.
It's a good date location too.
Yeah,
Clubs
exactly.
Yeah.
So, places for adults to meet. Like, and it's something that I've asked many people, and many people are quite confused about. Like, as an adult, what do you do? And I think you're on the right track. It's something that I've wanted to focus on, but like, you know, COVID and all these other things that have helped me back. But like finding places where you can meet people in a environment that doesn't have any pressure, right? Like you can go and just do the activity, right? If you're not there in that mood at that moment, don't worry about it. Just do the activity, make friends. I think that's really great. But still, I think for the most people who don't have time for this, because a lot of it's just, you know, it's difficult to find time for these extracurriculars. Online dating is where it's going to be at. And
so just make time. I'm going to tell people, just make time. Honestly, make time. If you have an hour to be on Tinder, you have an hour to go to a climbing gym. Like, figure out how to make time. If you're going to the gym anyways, swap one of your workout days for a league activity. Like, just find a way, unless you don't care about it. And then that's fine. And if you just want to keep trying on nightmare mode, you can. I don't care. I'm just telling you, it's not the best. Online dating, it's rough.
Then let me ask you something else, and I'm sorry I'm taking up all the time. If you want to jump in, then that's fine. Because
I'm actually just gonna say good night, y'all. I'm gonna head out.
Night, me. Thank you so much for helping me.
Yeah, no problem.
It was really nice talking to you, buddy, and I hope to have you on like the panels soon. Right?
I'll get restless enough to pop on before sooner or later, I'm sure.
Okay.
Appreciate the talk, y'all. Have a good one.
All right. So I was going to ask you about your views on the larger red pill movement, because now I'm thinking maybe we should have a debate between you and someone else. If you want to break into the scene, then I have someone who might be able to talk with you and have like an interesting conversation on this level. So when you're talking about being red pill people are talking about like how women should act, right?
Yes.
And it's more like have a subservient role, let the man lead. You're not letting your man lead, that's why you can't find a man, right? And putting a lot of blame and pressure on women for like wanting to like have it, quote unquote, have it all, or whatever the fuck, right? So like what's your general opinion on that?
Essentially, a lot of red pill people, while they care about women a lot, like they rest so much of their value on women and women's opinion of them. And so the issue is that if they're unsuccessful, and the problem is that a lot of red pillars would tell you like looks max and be confident, right? And those are probably more or less what you need to do. Get your finances straight, work out, and those are all great tips for the most part. Be confident is like, don't be sad. It's not exactly a like clear direction of how to do that, which is why typically when instead of be confident, I say like perceived competence, or like demonstrate competence in a skill. That's typically actually how people read you, as being confident anyways. So get good at a sport. If you're good at music, lean into those types of hobbies, stuff like that. And so the issue is that a lot of these guys will do these 4 things, and then they'll be decently or moderately successful, but they'll oftentimes still get rejected by women because they mostly are kind of shitty to women. They kind of have this like the reality is that they have an objective view of women. A lot of them kind of view women as like these particles in the air that osmose their way along the gradient of alpha male gigachads, and as a woman has, you know, a greater gradient alpha male ahead of her, she'll just osmose away from her dedicated beta husband to her alpha male. And it's just like that's just not how women are not this like we're not like knuckle drooling like right. And so it's like they take like little granules of truth, right? Which is that like typically women, the reality is like women do like confident women.
Men.
Pro tip: men like confident women to some degree too. Just confident displayed in a different way, right? That's reality. A lot of women do like some level of traditional relationships. Is that like they often like the men to take the lead. They like them to be pursuing stuff like that. Like those are all true, but that doesn't mean that like women are just like these knuckle dragging like osmose monkeys that just like move with like the flow of tide. And so like this idea of like, well, women, if you just want to catch a man, you should be more subservient. And it's like, well, there is some level of descriptive value that like, as much as we're trying to break down traditional relationships, most people seem to still broadly desire them to some extent. And also seem to work decently well within them. Definitely not perfect. That's why their divorce rates are insanely high. But that seems to be what people are still selecting for. But I think a lot of women don't want that. And I think that that's fine, but that means that you're looking for a more egalitarian relationship. And I think a lot of women get into this trouble of like, I also want an egalitarian relationship. And I always have, because I'm an extremely disagreeable woman. And I realize that.
Agreed.
And I will never occupy very traditionally like feminine roles in a tradcon relationship. It just would never work for me. And I knew that. And so as a result of that, I think I've always had to approach dating and realize that like a lot of men just aren't going to be as into that. Like I was like, men weren't as attracted to me once they got to know me a little bit more, because I was a little bit more derisive. I would take the lead a little bit more. I definitely would push the boundaries a little bit more, like not boundaries as far as like safety boundaries, but just like if he said no, I'd push at it and be like, well, why? And I was just very argumentative, right? Whereas a lot of women just actually aren't that. Sorry, there's a super fucking loud car outside. It's August long weekend, and there's just been like fucking diesels just like powering past my house all evening.
So that's the dynamic microphone,
yes,
and an audio interface. So that's the next upgrade. Chat, help her out.
True. Yeah. So when it comes to like women and dating, there's some elements of truth. The issue is that a lot of the skills that pickup artists give men are more likely to find the women that men aren't looking for either. And then they get really burnt by those women, because a lot of the pickup artist techniques and red pill techniques are somewhat manipulative. And so then they find women who are going to be attracted to and want to be around men who are interested in manipulating them. And those are typically not the best partners in themselves. Probably both of those individuals need some therapy to be like, why do you want to be manipulated? And why do you feel the need to manipulate to maintain relationship? These are two important questions here. And so a lot of these red pill men get really burnt by women. And so they become to be like more and more hateful towards women. But it's like this weird tension of like, they hate them, but they desperately desire and value them. And I think like that's kind of the pathway towards inceldom, is as the hatred and resentment grows. It's really hard to see things that you hate in really nuanced and complex ways. We even see this in like marital relationships. When you're overwhelmed with like bitterness and frustration towards your partner, it's really hard to remember all the positive qualities that they have, which they do have. It's hard to see outside of that emotion. So I don't know if I actually answered your question. I just rambled on for a long time, but there's a hunk of information, and hopefully I answered your question.
I think that's pretty interesting. You moved away from where my focus, but like I actually wanted to hear your opinion on all that. But specifically on the role of women. So this idea of the idea of the egalitarian relationship is basically like what red pill women consider like the doom, the bane of any woman who's actually trying to make it on a dating scene, right? But basically, it sounds like you agreed with them to a certain extent, right? That you felt like you wanted an egalitarian relationship made you less attractive overall. So which is super interesting. I would push it, well, from a position of a man who's never been a woman in a dating scene, right? Like I would like to push against that idea that makes you less attractive. Maybe because I'm fine with an egalitarian relationship.
That's probably part of it. I think a lot of the guys who end up like more interested in that egalitarian relationship are probably also more likely to end up online and stuff like that. Like not exclusively, but I think there's lots of men that want an egalitarian relationship. The issue is that like majority of men aren't necessarily looking for that. And it's not because they haven't put that into words. They're just like not as attractive. They find it annoying that she's pushing back all the time and stuff like that. And the issue is like, this is the issue that we come back to, is if the trad relationship works for you guys as a couple, I don't have a problem with it. As long as you're both happy and treating each other well, it's fine. The issue is for people who don't want that. How do they navigate relationships, which I view relationships as negotiations. You're just constantly negotiating. And so if you want an egalitarian relationship, I think a lot more people are leaning into that and being more open to that. So you have to negotiate what that looks like. The issue is that I think we know for the most part what men need to do to get more of that egalitarian relationship, the emotional availability, much more willing to help with like domestics and like the what I would call like household economy. I think men know that, like we've identified that, but we haven't actually identified what women need to do to also offer an egalitarian relationship. So one thing that I noticed in my relationship with my husband is when it came to emotionality, I was totally okay with him having feelings unless I was having feelings, and then my feelings came first. And the issue is that in an egalitarian relationship, why would my feelings come first? Because I'm a woman? That doesn't make any sense, right? Why would my emotions matter more than his? Unless I'm assuming for some reason that my feelings are bigger because I'm, again, a woman, or his feelings are smaller because he's a man. And so there was often this issue, right? He would come to me and he'd be feeling some sort of way. He'd be frustrated with me. And then I would be sad that he was frustrated with me. Now, instead of addressing his frustration, he had to comfort me because I was sad before we could even get back to his frustration. And at that point, that means emotionally, my husband was always coming second. Always, always, always. No matter what emotional conversation came up, he came second. And how can I say you need to be emotionally available and also say, but you must come second? That's not being emotionally available. That's actually being stoic and being the rock. And I think that's something that we haven't put our finger on for women to do. And to be honest, a lot of women I talk to, as soon as I say this, they're like, oh, holy shit. You're totally right. Like I remember the moment my best friend called me. She was upset about me at something. And I had this moment where I was like, if this was Nick, I would have been sad and upset and I would have made him comfort me. But because it's my best friend, I can just put my emotions aside, deal with her feelings, and then afterwards give her feedback of like, hey, the way you approach this kind of hurt my feelings for these reasons. Like we can do both of our feelings. And most women are actually pretty open to hearing this feedback. You just have to be able to put your finger on it and give it. But that's a really big issue in egalitarian relationships, that men are willing to do egalitarian and women are willing to, but they don't know precisely how to because we haven't made the script for it.
I have a question about that egalitarianism. How do you feel about your husband's income?
So right now he's making more than me because he's a personal trainer and he's doing very well. Turns out a lot of my audience is men, and they're like, "How do you get such an attractive woman?" Just kidding. But yeah, his personal training has actually really taken off as a result of my streaming, ironically enough. But typically, I've been the breadwinner, and I want to be. I'm very career oriented. I've always wanted career. First and foremost, I find that really fulfilling. He's always wanted to be a dad. So when it comes to that dynamic, he would definitely be a lot more like domestic. And that's fine. That's just something we've negotiated.
So, okay. That's interesting. So thank you for asking that question, Seattle, because I didn't, well, I kind of suspected, but I think for a lot of these red pill women, like hearing that, right? Like your relationship is like an aberrant, right? And like I think there are other women who feel the same way you do, right? Like they're fine being the breadwinner. They're fine being career oriented, focused on whatever their goals might be. But they constantly hear from red pill women that you have to like put that on the back seat, right? That like when you do that, you are taking space away from the man to lead, right? And if you're that type of woman, then you're like doomed to be alone. And I think that's like the divide that I'm trying to focus in on and understand your opinion on this. Because
it's the boxing. It's the boxing that I think is dumb that red pills do. Is they're like, but the box works. And I'm like, the box does work for 60% of people. The problem is it's working less and less, right? The average relationship ends after 2 years. That's the median of when relationships end. Most end after 2 years. The average is 4 years because after that, typically relationships end much later, like when kids are gone and stuff like that. But like relationships aren't working. And so it's like, if you like the box and that works for you and you've negotiated it and you're both on board, that's fine. The only problem is, why are we trying to shove people into the box? Like, we don't need to. There's no reason to with technology.
They would say that well, I'm not sure exactly what they say there, but like I think where they would go in the direction is that like you shouldn't be negotiating, right? Like this negotiate, like the only negotiation there is on the margins, right? But by and large, most people are comfortable in this. You are denying your like inner femininity when you advocate for, or where you live the life that you're living, right? That it's kind of a natural process for men to lead these things and women to stay at home, or not even stay at home, but just at the very least, like make everything their career desire secondary, right? Like focus on empowering your man, and you'll have a happy relationship. And I think this is obviously something attractive to men because for for everything, right? But like the damage I see is that like women are being told that like all those ideas, like this idea of like women expanding in different areas, right? That have been taught from young girls within the modern era that you can be what you want, but like that was a bit of a lie. And instead, you need to like maybe it gets you some income, maybe it has made you happy, but if you want long-term happiness, right? You want that family, all that's got to go.
Right. And the issue is that for a lot of women, that's true. I know so many of my friends now that are in their 30s, 32s, and they're looking at their wall and it's filled with degrees, and they just wish that they could have a husband and kids. That's just, they're like, I actually just wish that I had that. And this is the thing. This is why I'm saying, this is why you have to negotiate it. If what would make you happier is to work, you should work. And then you're going to have to look for a partnership that's for that. And the reality is that a lot of men don't want to be supporting your career. They'd rather have you supporting them in their career. So you're just narrowing the margin. And that sucks, but it is what it is. The issue is when we tell women, you will only be happy if you have kids, or you will only be happy if you have a career. And it's like, this is probably not true, right? Just because even if it's true for 60%, if it's not true for 40%, why don't we just allow a world where people can choose if they want career or children? And navigate some element of obviously having both, right? And so it's just the boxing. And so like this is the problem with red pill is like there's little bits of truth in there. There are a lot of women that like climb the career race, they get up to a certain point, they get out on maternity leave, and then they never go back to their career because they realize they're so much happier just being at home with their kids. And that's fucking based. Having kids is cool. If you want to be a mom, based, cool, love it. But if you don't want that, that's also based. There's nothing wrong with that. You just have to negotiate it with your partner.
This is an interesting perspective for me to tackle. Like on the left, being a person on the left, like I'm just all for egalitarian all the way. And maybe I have been extrapolating my feelings onto others. And not having a wider selection. So, I haven't talked to many women, right? Well, I guess it's more like many women in general.
Is that a self-admission?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. So, in general, yes, I haven't talked to many women. But like, one, I think we're talking about a very narrow selection of women, right? Like, and men. We're talking about people who are like career oriented, like, and had like choices, right? Like, you have a whole list of choices available to you. There's so many women who are like blue collar and just working like whatever jobs that they can to get by, right? And this, and so like they don't have like being career oriented doesn't even like factor in, right? Like it doesn't make sense to them because it's just I gotta survive to the next day. My mother is one of those people, right? Like it's just like if I could just have money, then that'd be fine, but I don't, so I just gotta work. So we're talking about people who are probably college educated, who have a job that has room for growth, and then have to decide between that and then something else, right? Like being family. And so among those women, I haven't had conversations with them, right? So if you're telling me, all right, that within your friend group, you have women who like are hitting their 30s and have those degrees, like have reached some high lofty goal that they wanted, but then look back and like, well, I'm looking at the rest of my friends, and they're married, and then like their kids are like they bring over their like their cute kids, and I don't have any of that. Now I feel lonely. That's a problem. It's just that I feel like the answer isn't that, and I think maybe you're saying the same thing. The answer isn't that you have to make yourself at all subservient. You simply have to find someone who aligns with your goals. And this is like a really basic point, basic point. that within a dating scene you'd have to find people who share those same values. I guess my problem with red pillars, yes, is that they're saying that this box is all that there is, really, right? That
Yeah,
everything
it's the
else
way,
is
the truth,
an
and the light.
illusion. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that this is like the natural order of things. Well, of course you're unhappy, right? Because you weren't
Right.
doing the natural thing, which is like preparing yourself for finding that relationship, for finding a husband, rather than focusing on anything else, right? And because you got yourself distracted, you wasted so many years, and it's kind of all your fault. And that's the thing that really fucking bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because when we talk about like prescriptions for relationship and stuff, I think every side misses the mark a lot, because the reality is that like there isn't a simple answer for how to be happy. And I think we really, really undervalue how like simple happiness is probably one of the most important things to have in your life. Just being able to like lean back at the end of the night and just be content. How many people actually have this in North America? Like genuinely, how many people do you know off the top of your hand that when they talk and when you listen to them, they say, I am content. I'm just happy.
No one I can like.
Exactly. My husband. And me when I'm camping. I'm really, really good when I'm camping. I'm like so chill and calm when I'm camping. And me sometimes, I'm working really, really hard to figure this out. But the issue is our culture is so geared towards success that we've forgotten just how to be simply happy. This is why, for example, when you start going into like extremely poor areas that have high levels of community engagement, we see mental health disorders at an all-time low. We see schizophrenia going into remission naturally on its own, because yeah, they don't have a lot of stuff. They don't have like fucking half the time their basic needs, but they have like some really simple stuff that makes people happy, which is each other. And that seems to be lacking a lot of the time in most of modern settings. People are fucking lonely. Our relationships are ending after 2 years. We can't keep a best friend longer than 4. We don't have a tribe. We don't like our parents. We don't like our siblings. We don't have anyone. We have no one, and we're so lonely. And that's why people are sad. And so when people are like talking about relationships, this is why I think the gender tension is at such an all-time high, is everyone is just craving to be seen and loved and to be happy. And we're really bad at doing that in North America.
Oh man, kids really, really recreate that tribe, especially kids sports. Unless you're like a member of a church, kids sports is what's doing it for my family right now.
Yep.
It's that's our tribe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's so hard to form this. So like when we're talking about like, well, this is what's going to make your man leave, and all these like random prescriptions, it's like, well, maybe that might be true for like a number of people, and if that works for you and that makes you happy, that's super based. The issue is like, what about the 40% that it doesn't work for? What do we tell these individuals? And the answer is like, it's probably a little bit more complicated because you have to invent a new script, but the new script isn't better or worse than the old one. It's just fucking different. And if both of these scripts make people happy, what's the fucking problem? Especially if there's nothing like problematic going on. The issue that's problematic, for example, on the tradcon side, for example, is main one is going to be financial safety for women, right? If you're not scholared, if you're not educated, you don't have any like financial fallback. If you get into a really unhealthy relationship, there's not a lot of fallback or plan B for you at a financial level. And so like financial security is the main one that I think the red pill group especially gets really, really wrong about women, because women need financial security. Everyone needs it. In the past, you could run away, chop down trees, build your own hut, and like start kind of a new life in a new town and nobody knew you. It was really hard, but you didn't necessarily need money. Now, money is your basic skill to like escape all of these situations and like restart your life, which women need to have access to. And to be honest, so do men.
I'm going to take this opportunity to say this was an amazing conversation, and I really enjoy some of your insights on relationships. So I'll be checking it out. Thanks. I'll see you around.
Have a good one.
See you, Prime.
Let me know if you got to go at any point in time. Right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the gym after. So as long as I have 2 hours to work out, I'm good.
Okay. So this is like an impromptu discussion on this, but like, so I'm like, I guess I'm just like deciding what my own feelings are on these things. I want a world where people aren't forced into roles that they don't belong in. I think you agree with that as well, right? Like, we want a world where people can connect with others who, like, if you want to be within that tradcon relationship, that's fine. If you want to be in something egalitarian or something queer that we're not really discussing here, that's great. But I think these issues compound upon each other, right? Like, why are people so like unsure, unconfident of their dating strategies? Well, it's because it's not working, right? Because they can't connect with those people, right? So, like, going through Tinder is just like a grab bag, right? Who the fuck knows you're gonna you'll find someone pretty. Beyond that, it's not really there's no guarantees there. And finding spaces where we can sort ourselves, like, it's easy if you are going through church, right? That's a established institution, and individuals there will basically be in some area of your values, right? And so that's why that works, why it has traditionally worked so well, right? People are like, well, yeah, I found my husband through the church, and like the reason you're falling apart is because you don't believe in God, and you haven't, like, if you like giving yourself to Jesus Christ, well, then you'd be in church and then you'd find your husband, right? But all they're saying is that, like, I have a community, right, an in-group, and within that in-group I found my partner. So it's finding these various in-groups, and then from there choosing a partner would be a much more successful dating strategy, and which is what you're trying to talk about with, like, these I guess sports stuff, right? Yeah, like, that's one way of doing it, but I don't know if that works for, like, a lot of other individuals. That we need maybe something a bit more focused where you can find people who might share those values. I'm not sure if this is making sense.
Like, are you dubious that the, like, IRL solutions that I've offered are a good replacement essentially to online dating? Like, are you basically like online dating might still be a better option?
Well, that's not where I was going with it, but I think the interesting about online dating is that it has the possibility, though maybe not something that's actually been realized, but the possibility of sorting ourselves in the way that people are looking for. So, like, we could have a platform that advertises, like, hey, if you want, like, an egalitarian relationship, then this is the place to be, right? And then we have, like, Christian mingle, that's a thing, and that works for some people. You can find a person who shares your values. I don't think for the rest of us, for that 40% that you were discussing previously, that we have something like that in the online space. And then in the offline space, which you were referring to, I think you definitely gave great places to start. And for some people, right, especially people who are very active like yourself, but not everyone is into those types of things, right? And those extracurriculars, like, I just want to find a husband, right, or a boyfriend, starting out with, right? And where should they go? It seems like online dating and then is the natural thing, because, like, I don't want to deal with all that other stuff. I just want to get to the relationship.
To be honest, for women, online dating does seem to work a fair bit better, especially with certain sites that are a little bit more like Hinge, I think, is a little bit more like, I think women have to reach out first and stuff like that. Or maybe it's Bumble. It's been a long time since I've been on dating apps, but there's a couple of dating apps that are more geared towards, like, safety for women specifically. So women are having I know several women that are my friends that have met partners through that venue. The issue is that it's still nightmare mode for men, even on the, like, women geared things, because it's still really a lot of the time comes down to, like, aesthetic first. And men, first of all, straight men are deathly allergic to even thinking about aesthetic for some reason. They just, like, really, I think there's been, like, this thing peddled to straight men that's very toxic, that is basically like, if you think about your aesthetic, if you, like, try to do anything beyond, like, the very basic grooming for men, you're kind of like effeminate or, like, gay, essentially. And it's just like, where in history has that ever been true? Ever? If you look back in history, it was a mark of like being a man that you were like groomed and put together, and there was some level of aesthetic that like communicated that. And it seems like nowadays a lot of straight men like really are opposed to any level of like aesthetic thinking at all. Like they're like, oh, I'm just like a dude, bro. And it's like, if you got like mustard on your shirt, like just put on a different shirt. Like, why? And they're like, I just don't want people to think I'm gay because I wash my clothes. And it's like, nobody's going to think that. It's just dirty. And then they're like, well, I'm wearing this holy shirt that I won at a contest 4 years ago. And it's like, why are you wearing that shirt? And they're like, because it was free. And it's like, okay, well, if you want to be communicating like frugal chic, you can, but like, literally where in history have men not thought about aesthetic? Like if you look at like even like 1890s, like old school cowboys had like a very distinctive aesthetic. They trimmed and coiffed their mustaches. They had the neck scarves. They had patterns that worked together. They had really nice hats. They would detail their leather. Like the idea that aesthetic is somehow like suddenly like effeminate and gay is the strangest thing that seems to appear in like, I don't even know when. I feel like it really started like burgeoning in like the 1990s where men are just like being dirty is being man. And it's like, no, right? So like aesthetic is rough for straight men because A, they often don't think about it. So they have no good photos. So they're trying to go on online dating. They've got terrible photos because it is a skill. It is a skill to take good photos. That is just the reality of everything. So they're not good at taking photos. They're too uncomfortable to ask their dude friends to take photos for them, so they don't even have selfie sticks. So they're like trying to take selfies, and this angle is not the best angle for a lot of people. And they don't have an aesthetic clearly outlined for them. And the reality is, like, even if you're not thinking about aesthetic, you still have one, and it's still communicating something to people. So that's another area where men are like really struggling on online dating because they're already behind. And then, like we said, there's lots of bots. There's the 80-20 situation. That does seem to be a reality. Another option to think about if like co-ed sports and volunteering doesn't tickle your fancy would be looking at things like Google Meetups. Google Meetups is often, it'll list like a whole bunch of random shit that people are doing in your local area. Men have the best chance IRL. That's just the reality. You're going to have the best shot IRL. Because a lot of times what women are looking for, especially in IRL dating, is that there's some level of basic physical attraction. But then beyond that, they're looking to feel comfortable and safe with you. They're looking to be drawn in by you, and to kind of feel there is an element of like lead. They want to feel pursued by you, and make sure that your values match. And women really do seem to select a lot more broadly for a lot of these things. The women who typically tend to select exclusively for aesthetic, if you're looking for a long-term partner, you probably don't want those women anyways, because they're also typically not looking for anything super long-term, and they're oftentimes not super matured themselves. So Google Meetups is another option I give people, because then you have a whole list of activities that you can look through to find something that matches with you, because there's got to be something. And it's like, well, what if she's not a gamer and I'm a gamer? And it's like, okay, I wasn't a gamer at all. My husband was, though. He kind of says like, make a gamer girl. And like, you might not be able to, but most women are going to be able to like be comfortable with you having your hobbies, even if they don't lean into them necessarily. And like, there's got to be something about you beyond just being inside and online. Like, there's got to be more to your personality. And if there isn't, there has to be. And if there isn't, honestly, it's probably worth investing in that. The idea, like, I just need to find somebody who accepts me for all of me is just not really real, because relationships inherently cause you to change, and you should be a dynamic person. The person I was when I met my husband is not the person I am today. And thank fuck for that, because we would have divorced and we would hate each other, because you grow a lot. Relationships are hard. Relationships put you through it. You have to realize, oh, fuck, I am way more selfish than I ever realized, because it's always been about me my whole adult life, because it could be. And now it has to be about somebody else. And that's really tough. And how do you navigate that? So I know I just monologued at you again, but.
No, I'm loving it. First of all, like, while you were saying that, I'm like, wow, like, I'm actually very happy that you're coming into this scene, because like you have a lot of great advice. So let's start with that. But like when it comes to think about like, so you talked about Tinder and the aesthetic, like not giving shit about the description. It's like, I'll tell you about my experience there. I haven't been on online dating for a while. I gotta go back eventually. Gotta find someone. Like, I put a lot of work into that description, actually.
Oh
Did.
man, if you're not white and you're not tall, you're fucked online too. I'm sorry. It's just the reality. Like those implicit biases come out the most strongly in these. Like we really don't see non-white people getting selected as often. It's horrible. I don't understand, but that just is what it is.
It's OkCupid, yeah. I was on a bunch, right? I was on Tinder, I was on OkCupid, I was on what was it called? It was like Souls Meet or something like that. It was basically like a Tinder clone for black people. So but on OkCupid it was interesting because I put a lot of work into that. So I first like surveyed the landscape, right? I did because OkCupid you have to do like a survey, like a big survey, and you just like answer a bunch of questions, and then they start matching you. Like these are people who most likely will match with you, right? So then after that, I look at their profiles, right? And what women said is that like have a profile and like tell me about yourself. Like I want to learn about you, right? And then when you message me, because you're gonna be messaging me, I'm not gonna be messaging you, right? You message me, right? Say something other than like, hey, like what's up, right? Like tell me like how we might be able to like match, connect. And so I did that, right? And I put like a lot of fucking effort into this, right? I would look into their profile, right? It was basically a two-part response. So I had like a general thing that introduced me, and then a general bit that introduced me, and then the second bit was like relating to them, like what was in their profile. And I mashed up like, oh, well, this is all the ways that you and I might really connect. The only responses that I ever got, right? I got some women who got back to me. They're like, this is literally the best response I've ever gotten. This is the best DM I've ever gotten from anyone. I'm not interested in dating you, but I just wanted to tell you that this was the best I've ever gotten.
Yep.
Frustrating.
Yeah. Here's the shit, right? There are certain pickup artist skills that work very well because the dating game isn't solved. Because as much as this is the thing, right? You're gonna find a bunch of really progressive people on these dating apps, and do they ever swipe right on a black face? Almost never. And it's just like, are you that progressive? Like, oh, these biases live deep, right? And we know this. And so this is why it's annoying, but certain pickup artist skills work really well. This is why when it comes to like red pill and pickup artist stuff, my husband and I really focus on like, take the skills that work and leave behind all of the ethics and replace them with our ethics, which are all about our ethics for dating for men is maximize the woman's agency as much as possible, make it as easy as possible for her to say no at any time so that she feels as safe as possible. And negotiate what makes you both happy. That's kind of my ethics for dating. And so there are pickup artist skills though that work really fucking well. Like texting is a game and an art exclusively, and I'm gonna be honest, pickup artists are fucking good at it. They are good at it. The shit works. And this is the annoying shit. This is why I always tell men never listen to women for dating advice. The only dating advice I am even giving you, I have stolen exclusively from my husband because I've just talked about it at length with him. Women are going to tell you that all of these skills that these artists give don't work, and they're fucking lying. They work. They work on all of them. They work on fucking me, okay? And I'm a disagreeable bitch. They work. It's annoying, but it fucking works. It just draws you in for whatever reason. So it's like there is a certain number of like reps that men have to do. Like get good at cold approaches. It gets you really good at rejection. It gets you really comfortable at talking to people, and it gets you creative. Figure out how to compliment creatively, right? Women say like, I'm tired of being told that I'm pretty. That's because every woman is told that she's pretty, that she has a nice smile and she's nice eyes all the time. I don't give a fuck if you tell me that. But if you gave me a compliment, a creative compliment to give me right now would be, I really like the layering that you did with your necklaces. That looks super good. It kind of like highlights your collarbones. It just looks really, it makes your outfit look really great. That's a great compliment. I did this intentionally. It does highlight my collarbones. It does look good. And you're not making a creepy comment about my eyes, my smile, or just my overall beauty. So it's creative. It shows some intention, right? So there are these pickup artist skills that they do, and they work, and you should practice them and then just abandon all of the ethics. So like when it comes to like texting and dating, the main thing I could recommend is like honestly watching pickup artists around texting and dating. Like they're just good at it. And then anything that seems slimy and unethical, like a lot of pickup artists, the whole goal is like, how can I get her in bed as quickly as possible? probably abandon that. That's just like treating a woman's body like a commodity. That's really shitty. But your goal can be, can I get her on a date? Because once you got her IRL, you can build a much deeper relationship as well. Texting is exclusively a game. It's fucking obnoxious. It's horrible. I'm gonna be honest, girls don't like it either. It's just horrible. Everyone hates it. It's a game. Everyone knows it's a game. And if you break the game, even if the person you're texting hates the game, they're still gonna punish you for losing the game. I don't know why. It's just kind of rigged. That's just, humans are funny.
So the advice you gave at the start is actually something my mother gave me. And I think it was a good one. She's like, oh yeah, people all the fucking time, but like, what is most interesting when someone compliments the way I dress, because I put effort into that. And so you're saying, hey, I see this thing that like it's important to you. Clearly your appearance, right? Yeah, I see you put effort into this, and this works really well for you. And that is something that grabs attention.
Yes.
I think, so I think you're absolutely right.
Men forget about aesthetic. They always forget that aesthetic is exclusively a communication tool. I am telling you something about me by what I am wearing, obviously. And men just miss that.
What are you telling us now?
Number one, I'm communicating to some extent that it's summer, right? I'm in shorts and a crop top. I probably wouldn't be wearing this if it was in the middle of winter. And if I was wearing this in the middle of the winter, I'd be communicating something else, which is I kind of want to be seen as sexy, right? But I'm wearing a crop top, so I'm communicating to some level. I'm confident with my body, or like I feel comfortable at least like showing off a fair bit of my body. I work out a ton. A lot of people might know that about me. So like I am very comfortable. I've worked very hard for my abs. What else am I communicating? I mean, I'm kind of simple and basic, right? Like I kind of have like the classic white girl chic. I've got like high waist and crop top with necklaces. So I'm not overly complicated. I'm pretty basic. Whereas like if a girl was more complicated, like she's wearing fancy chokers and kind of like cool arm pieces and then maybe like thigh high socks. Now she's communicating like a bit of a grunge thing. So like I wouldn't compliment her by saying, I can tell that you're communicating that you are warm and it is summertime and you like your body. That is not a good compliment, just to be clear. But if you compliment something like, if a girl has like cute shoes and they match her like tiny little baby backpack that some girls wear, be like, oh my gosh, I love your kicks. Like those look great. Like they work so well with your backpack. And the girl's gonna be like, oh my gosh, thanks. Because she did it on purpose. That's a really easy compliment.
Yeah. Even if you don't mean it.
Let's be honest, girls are cute. You probably do mean it. If her shoes match her sneakers, it probably does look fucking cute. Even if you're not like, I want to fuck those sneakers, you can still be like, yeah, they look good. You know?
No, that's right. When I think you're right in terms of male aesthetics. Well, for me, right? Like it's not something I put a lot of focus in on. And I get that. I get that for the dating scene that I gotta do that.
Just think about it. What do you want to communicate? Because right now, what do you communicate right now? You communicate, I'm chill. I don't think a ton about my aesthetic. I'm a bit of a nerd because you've always got like some sort of Marvel or anime shirt on. And I like to keep it simple, right? You've got the shaved head, the pretty trimmed beard. That's what you're communicating. You're communicating like simple guy. Is that what you want to be communicating? And if that is, fine, that's based. There's no problem with that. But that you're communicating something no matter what. You just can't avoid it. If you've got mustard stains on your shirt, you're communicating, I'm kind of slovenly. I probably don't take super good care of my hygiene. It's just communicating that. Whether you like it or not, that's going to be the heuristic people see.
Yeah, I guess when but when you tell people that, right, like, okay, I gotta communicate something, right? And then the thing that you want to communicate is like, well, I want to be the person you pick, right? I want to be attractive, right? That's what I want to communicate, is attractiveness, to draw you in. And so I think that rather than doing what you're doing, which is a very like nuanced take as to like send out a signal to draw in a very specific type of person. They're like, well, especially on the generalized dating scene, right? Like I can't like find the thing that's gonna grab the woman that I'm particularly looking for, right? So it's a numbers game. So I got to be as attractive as possible. And how do I do that, right? Like, well, I guess wear a suit or something. I guess be built, right? Like,
No, looks maxing is everything, right? So like, okay, I'll talk about my aesthetic. Okay, so I've got a deep plunge, right?
okay.
So I've got a very angular face, I've got a really strong jawline, but I have pretty small eyes, and probably my best trait on my face is my nose. Like I have a pretty cute nose. So all the makeup that I do accentuates my nose, and I have a bit of a button nose, right? So I really play up the button nose with my makeup. The deep plunge really plays to essentially, I've got my eyes are a little bit actually skewed. Like when I do my makeup, this eye is turned up a little bit more. So this piece hides a little bit of my eye, but it also plays to the angularness of my face. It just looks really good with my face. And then I've done a bunch of makeup. I've tried a whole bunch of different shit to just figure out what looks really good with my eye shape. My eye shape is almond, and then I do a bunch of like kind of more Korean style makeup that enlarges the size of my eye. That's what I've done to Looks Max. I also went darker because I realized I actually have very light eyes naturally. They're just like a very weird hazel color. So the darker my hair gets, the more my eyes stand out. So I did all of these things because this is just what my aesthetic is. And so my aesthetic is I want to look as attractive as possible, but still be kind of me. So I would never probably wear like I'm not like a grunge rocker. So I'd probably never wear like really intense grunge clothing necessarily. But like I've still adapted my aesthetic to like Looks Max what I have available. And you could do this. And if you're not good at it, ask somebody who's pretty aesthetic to help you like build an aesthetic that you're comfortable with. You have to like the aesthetic yourself. And it should maximize the assets that you actually have, including your ass, if your assets are your ass.
Okay, so that's interesting way of looking at it. It's not something like, I mean, I get that women do that, right? Do what you're talking about. But I haven't considered that necessarily on the male side, like accentuate your features. Is basically.
Yeah. So like if you have to wear glasses, find glasses that accentuate your face rather than take away. My husband's been playing around a ton with his aesthetic because he's short and buff, but then he's a quarter black, but he doesn't look black, but he doesn't look white, right? So he's had to play around with a bunch of different types of aesthetics, and he's actually found like Islander, like Jason Momoa vibes work the best with him because he's got a very kind of somewhat Eurocentric looking face, but his skin tone and his hair are not European at all. And so like a more of a Caribbean vibe looks really, really good on him. So he's growing his hair out. He might get dreadlocks. So he's kind of leaning more into like the tattooed kind of Jason Momoa buff guy vibe. And he likes it because he likes working out and being buff. So that's kind of the vibe that he's leaning into right now. And you just have to kind of play with it, and it can change over time.
So I didn't know about yourself, and I would have invited him to all black everything. That was the case. I think
he's so culturally ambiguous. Yeah, no one can ever guess his ethnic heritage or anything.
So what you're talking about though is another piece to it altogether. So what I've been, as a single person, I've been talking about like starting a relationship. But you're also talking about it from the perspective of two people who are in a committed relationship and presumably very happy, and that you guys are still putting in effort to doing this. So like, I guess when it comes to men, especially men like me, right? Like this aesthetics thing is a very utilitarian agenda, right? Like, okay, I gotta do it to get the girl to like swipe on me, go out a few times, right? And then power down, right? Like,
yes. Get complacent. I got the girl. I can be complacent now, right? That's the best way to get a divorce. Truly.
So,
I mean it. You should take care of yourself. You should try to look good when you're married. And it's a really common thing. People get married and they just stop trying. And it's like, why would you not want to look good for your partner? Like, I'm not saying you have to be a fucking beach bottle body. Like, the aesthetic that I look for, to be honest, my body is almost entirely driven by my own personal aesthetic, right? Like, Nick is comfortable with a much broader range. But it's like, why do you stop trying? Because if you're stopping trying in your aesthetic, there's a good chance you're not trying in a lot of other areas. And I think this is why a lot of relationships fall apart, is people just stop trying.
Yeah, so the only place I haven't So when it comes to appearance, I get that, right? And the only way I've really internalized that is like, don't like gain a massive amount of weight. If you didn't come into the relationship with a massive amount of weight, right? Like, then like don't get that afterwards, because your partner might not find that attractive. So that's like the basic way I've internalized that. But the way that I've actually thought of that is in terms of the bedroom, right? And I've talked about this in my stream. I haven't for a while, but like I talked about, like, look, when it comes to sex, like, I feel like the moment you start trying, there's a moment your partner gets that, like, there's all kinds of things that you can do in sex. Like, it's more than just in and out, right? And like, go down on her so she gets a little bit wet and then get started, right? Like, there's so much you can do that will really make your partner very, very happy. And like, put the effort into learning those things, right? Like, those resources, they're out there. Like, you can actually just search. I found some amazing resources myself, and it's I can tell you it's been very helpful. And so that's where I've internalized that. It's like, well, in the bedroom you should do that. And then also, when it comes to doing things for your partner, right? Like, always be doing things for them. Always try to be helpful. Not like in like a sycophantic way or something like that, I don't know, but like and I just, like, I care about you, and so I want to do nice things for you, and I think that goes a long way. But I guess I have less internalized it in like what you were talking about, like your husband actively trying to figure out like what works best for him now, in terms of his style, and then focusing on that.
Yeah, and his body, right? He'll often like he's because he's a personal trainer, he's probably a little bit more obsessed with his body. He checks with me way too often, actually. He's like, is my body type like kind of what you find attractive? And I'm just like, you're literally jacked. Like, you're fine. You're literally fine. Like, my rule has always been, I just want a guy who's like at least as fit as me, because like that's just my lifestyle. Like, for pretty obvious reasons, similar values, healthiness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's interesting you say like we should do nice things for one another, but I would say it's actually more important to love your partner the way that they need and want to be loved. And that is very complex. And most people don't know what that is for even themselves. Like, so my husband and I were separated for 7 months. We almost got a divorce this last year, and we've come back together in December. Yeah, no, it was horrible and had to happen or we would have divorced for sure. And because of it, we both figured out our own shit, and our relationship is like better than it has ever been in any point in our relationship. Just everything's better. But part of when we were apart that we had to realize is, for him especially, because he's in a lot of ways he maps onto a lot more of like the traditionally feminine role in a relationship. So he doesn't care about his own career. He's had a hard time pursuing it. He just doesn't give a fuck, but he loves being and coming in behind and supporting somebody in their career. He actually loves that, right? So that's why he was like managing me and like running my streaming and helping me with all this stuff for a while. And he tends to not be big on asking for a lot. And he doesn't set up boundaries very well for himself when he like needs something, which traditionally and more often women struggle with these issues. Again, I think both can. But this was like an issue for our marriage counselor because she just couldn't see us outside of the tradcon relationship. And so he realized that the way he needs to receive love is to have less of just everything. He just wants me to not ask him for something. That is the best way I can love him, is to just like find a way to make his life as simple as possible. So like the best way I can love him is by like doing things that normally he would need to do, like some of his chores, just like getting them done for him and not even mentioning it, because then he doesn't even have to think about it. It's just like not on the board for him. When I'm feeling like needy, like I'm definitely like more type A, right? So I like want the house cleaner, this, that, and the other thing. If I notice that he's struggling or something, just like not asking anyways. So like the best way I can love Nick is by asking for less. And that's the best way to love him. And then just being happy. That's all he wants from me. Is like ask for less and be super chill and happy. Like simple is what makes him the happiest. For me, the best way to love on me is to like spend time with me. I really love like really small, thoughtful gifts. So it can literally just be like a note, like little notes around the house, like really, really small things. that's like one of the best ways to love on me, is to like spend time with me, to snuggle me and like leave me like little notes. But those do nothing for him at all. And when he leaves me alone and doesn't ask me for anything, it doesn't do anything for me. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't mind if he asks or doesn't. It doesn't take away from me. It doesn't add. But for him, it's huge. So like for him, the removal of like negative stimuli is more meaningful to him than me like giving him a hug. Like, he likes hugs. It doesn't make him feel super loved though. What makes him feel loved is like not asking him to do the dishes or something like that. Yeah, which sounds weird, but it's like, that's what works. And it took us a while to figure that out. So like the way that people need to be loved is very hard to figure out, I think, a lot of the time. But it's really worth figuring out how to love on somebody and then giving them that thing as much as you can.
Yeah, I think that relating back to our previous conversation, that this is another part of it that they miss as well. That all this gets erased. That these differences, that, like, it becomes like, well, as a man, like, you need to lead, right? And get some level of subservience out of her. And as a woman, you need to just provide that subservience, and then like the rest will work its way out. Like you haven't, like you have to like fit in this idea of being a quote unquote high value, and you know that like as a combination of like success and appearance and all that, but like it doesn't go into like a deeper levels about what you're talking about. Learning like the individual like details that have the most impact for your partner, right? Like taking away the chores, like not or doing those small things for you, like leaving that note, like those things are very important. I think that and understanding that everyone is different, and doing the hard work of figuring out what those things might be, I think is where a lot of people fall apart.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I think you're providing like so much value already. Like I like all the places you've been thinking about this, right? Like it seems like you've spent a lot of time focusing on this. How long have you been focusing on this?
Well, our relationship got really fucked up, and so we had to spend 7 months figuring it out, and we realized that tradcon relationships wasn't ours. So all of the standard scripts of like ways to improve relationships, like most advice that people can give most heteronormative relationships is, and to be honest, I've been hearing from a lot of more like queer individuals as well, that this advice works pretty well for like more of just like the mask individual or more of like the dominant individual. Like, so like man, mask, or dominant seem to all map on pretty similarly and have pretty similar things that they offer and weaknesses, which is being more emotionally available. Just hear her feelings. Don't solve them. Don't fix them. Just talk to her about her feelings and just hear them. You don't have to fix it. Just be like, oh yeah, I hear you're sad. And she'll be like, yeah, I'm sad. And you're like, that sucks. She's like, it does suck. And you're like, yeah, that's all you need to do. Literally, it's so simple. You just need to hear her feelings and reflect them back to her and not try to fucking fix her, and just let her feel it, and hold her and rub her back while she cries or whatever she prefers when she's crying, right? That's traditionally what works for a lot of relationships to improve it, is men just need to get into their fifis more, listen to their women's feelings, and figure out how to communicate their feelings in a healthy way. And traditionally, women need to typically... a lot of the advice is given, like, try to figure out a way to communicate what you need as far as like practical solutions in a non-emotional way. Tell him directly what it is in more of a problem solution. So that's like the traditional advice. And that didn't work at all for Nick and I in any way. So then we had to like relook at relationships in general. And I think as a result of it, we just learned a lot about relationships overall. It's where a lot of like my thoughts around like femme and mask as like these narrative roles, and like how I believe like, right, I'm a woman who occupies a lot of the mask traditional roles, and what that looks like in a relationship, and how like Nick actually occupies a lot of traditionally feminine roles, and just how to navigate that in a woman who's got a lot of masculine roles, and a man has got a lot of feminine roles, but I have a lot of more traditional feminine needs. Like I need him to just hear my feelings. And for him, he doesn't really need me to hear his feelings, but he does need solutions to his feelings. So we just like had a lot of analysis of relationship, and because it was so hard to figure out how to make our relationship work. And then we figured it out. I think it probably just gleaned us to like, thinking just a lot. Like, I mean, it was just 7 months straight of thinking about relationships and talking to people about relationships. So that's probably part of where it comes from.
I'm into these conversations in terms of your content. Does
Yeah.
he insert himself in these things?
Yeah, one of our videos is called like "What Is Love" or something. It's on my YouTube channel. You can watch it, where we talk about dating and relationships. And he typically, when we do like dating advice streams, he'll come on and just like give advice to men. Because when it comes to like basic skills, Nick is an artist with women. I actually didn't trust him because he was so charismatic that I thought he was a little fuckboy when I met him. Because most guys that are that charismatic, I had like been burnt enough by those men that I was like, fuck you. If you're good with women, I don't trust you. I always preferred like the derpy, like weirder, awkward guys, because I was like, this is safer. But I'm also a steamroller. So I was like, oh, I hope I don't steamroll this guy because I'm really intense. He's just really good with women. He's just very charismatic in general. So he typically gives the like specific advice about like, well, what do I say in this situation? He's like, well, do this. And I'm like, oh yeah, that would work. I didn't think of that, but yes, that would work. So we usually do it together.
Okay, well, first of all, I should DM him more. But I think it was interesting what you said about women and like listening to their feelings. I had a friend who told me about that, like how she has these feelings, and when she expresses them to men, she's like, there's two different reactions. When she expresses them to men, it's about like, okay, there's a problem here. Okay, you're sad. All right, so what are you sad about? All right, okay, so you're sad about this particular thing that happened. All right, let's workshop solutions as to how to keep the situation from happening and find a better place where you will be happy. And then talking to women, they're like, oh yeah, that sucks. I hear what you're saying. That was really unfortunate. Yeah. So,
women we are much betterly socially trained at dealing with emotions in general. This is something I tell men a lot, is like, men have kind of this like rock and a hard place where women are asking them to be more emotionally available, but not too emotionally available. Like the reality is, like, if men are too emotionally available, like, unfortunately, women are getting turned off by that to some extent. Like if men like trauma dump and like are like super anxious messes all the time, like that's a big struggle for a lot of women. Unfortunately, it would be better if it wasn't, but that's just like descriptively where we're at. And women who will fight me on that, you're just wrong. I don't know what to tell you. You're just wrong. But men are in this weird place where they need to be emotionally available, and they need to talk about their feelings, but they need to be emotionally stable enough to talk about their feelings in an appropriate way. They can't be like too much of a basket case. But also we parent boys in probably the worst possible way in teaching kids how to regulate, because boys in general tend to externalize when they feel distressed. That's why in kids, we have two types of typical like behavioral disorders that we look at, which is internalizing versus externalizing. And traditionally, usually girls internalize and boys typically externalize, right? So if a boy is feeling a lot of psychological distress, he's going to have a tantrum, he's going to throw shit, he's going to try to break things, he's going to be screaming and carrying on, right? Whereas a girl's probably going to cry, turn inwards, and probably want like a hug and snuggle. Guess who's easier to co-regulate with? The screaming child or the crying child? The crying child, right? The crying child, we know what to do. We pick her up, we rub her back, we like hum to her, we sing with her until she feels better. Co-regulation, easy. How do you co-regulate with a tantruming child? Mostly what we do is we send them to their room. And so then we teach boys, when you're feeling psychological distress and you start externalizing and showing your emotions, get the fuck away from where everyone can see you. That's what we teach men. And then we're like shocked when men are like not good at showing their emotions. Wow, wee wah, who knew, right? Like, who knew we would end up here? And so I think men are in this tricky place where I would argue men are significantly less good at actually regulating their emotions and managing them and expressing them healthily. But they're expected to express them not just healthily in their relationship now, but I would say above that, because I think we give a lot more grace for women to be like more emotionally like volatile, essentially. And so it's just really tricky, and it's just unfortunate. I think men have to just, as a result of that, we need to find better strategies for men for emotional regulation. Typically, what seems to work better, I work with a lot with angry young boys. So regulating angry young men is my bread and butter. Typically, the way that I co-regulate with kids when they're really angry and screaming is I'll find somebody to throw with them. We'll try to like break things together that are like appropriate to break. I'll tell them to go on sprints and I'll run with them. We'll scream into the void together. Those are all really effective. Or problem solving. That seems to be another really healthy way that men will regulate is like when men grieve, right? Like there's like this really interesting study I read about like it like gave a bunch of stats and then like some case studies. So in one family they lost a child. And so the woman turned to her friends and talked about it extensively until she basically like was, I mean, you're never gonna be the same, but like okay, overcame the bulk of her debilitating grief. He built a shed and built it with his bros. And they mostly just built the shed together silently. But when you actually measured their level of like functioning like a year later, they were functioning pretty similarly. Like they had actually both pretty healthily gotten past their distress. The issue is that we talk about him building the shed like it's this really bad thing that men do. And it's like, what if it's actually healthy? Like, what if that's just another healthy emotional regulation strategy? It's just different. And to be honest, if women need to regulate through building a shed, maybe they should go build a shed. And that could be fine too. And if men get better by talking about their feelings, right? And this is the issue is again, that rigidity of like, well, women have to talk about their feelings. And it's like, I don't need to talk about my feelings when I'm feeling something to actually get because there's a difference between talking about your feelings and what you're thinking and communicating and regulating yourself. A lot of women actually talking to their friends helps them calm down. I need to go sweat. I go exercise. I sprint. I scream into the void. I externalize. That's how I calm down. And then I get calm enough and then I can talk about it. And we have this issue where we're like, just talk about your feelings. And it's like, well, for a lot of men, talking about their feelings doesn't actually regulate them. And you say dumb shit when you're not regulating and you're feeling some sort of way, right? So then you get fights and like, wow. And so there's just like a lot of weird stuff around like men and mental health and emotionality that I think is really underserviced by our society. I think I got it hopefully on time.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I love that, like the making that distinction. It's not something I've ever actually heard before. So I'm actually learning a lot right this moment. That like I'm curious as to how I fit into all these things, but I guess I'll have to take some time and think about that myself later on. But to make that distinction between being able to regulate yourself, being able to function in society when you're feeling a thing. And like what that requires. So and then like understanding that within the context of a relationship, right? And how to do this in a healthy manner. Like and and we started with the expectations placed on men. What I find interesting is that like I feel like most of the advice that people give, like they say, oh, this is what a man has to do and this is what a woman has to do, but I feel like most of this advice is like broadly applicable to both, right? Which maybe what you're getting at the very end there. Because when you talked about initially how men can't be too much of a basket case, that turns women off. Well, a woman who's freaked out, who doesn't have the emotional regulation that you're referring to, right? Like that's not necessarily attractive. There are some
but you guys will stick in relationships a lot longer than women will with basket case men. I mean, look at Xanderhon and Lanny. Like they were together for like 2.5 years, and like it doesn't seem like she was like probably the most like solid rock kind of partner. I actually do think we put up with a women's emotional volatility more because we still have this implicit bias that women's feelings are more real and women are more creatures of their feelings. Like I think we actually have this implicit bias as a society where we're like, yeah, she's feeling that way, but she's a woman. It's a creature of her feelings, and it's like we don't have to be.
Yeah. So,
and that bias exists on both sides. I think women cater to women more and men cater to women more, and it's
well, I mean, we cater, and you already said it too, right? When we're talking about little girls, little boys, we cater to little girls' feelings, and men just kind of have to tough it out. So I think that, but like when we're But when we're broadly speaking, then, right? Like, sure, men will put up more with women and their emotional volatility. This is true, right? In fact, I was gonna say that, like, yeah, I'll put up with a woman who is feeling that way for a bit, and sometimes it's just for we'll just do that for sex, right? Like, okay.
That is true. That's true.
But still, the advice is broadly applicable, right? Like, you need to get your shit together, do your emotional management, like discover yourself, whatever it is, right? Your eat, pray, love, and until you're ready to have a healthy relationship. The particulars on how you get there might be a bit different in the ways you're talking about. Maybe you need to go build a shed, maybe not. But overall, I don't think there's such a dichotomy that people tend to draw, like when you hear advice about these things.
Oh, for sure. This is why I actually use fem and mask, as they seem useful, because our society is still drawing these dichotomies. So I try to just lean into them and I try to say, of course, feminine and masculine exist. Seems to be the case. And I would agree that some level of narrative of feminine and masculine, we're probably always going to have some level of social construct of what is feminine and masculine. I would just argue men and women can be feminine or masculine, and that's fine. We can just occupy in either spaces. We can have you can have your gender identity, but then occupy these like gender roles kind of amorphously. And that's typically why I use this language. I thought about using like sub and dom for a while to remove it from the gender stuff, but then people pretty quickly on sub with feminine, and then they think that I'm saying women should be submissive, and I'm not trying to say that. So I tend not to use that anymore. I like feminine and masculine just because it mostly maps on well, and feminine isn't inherently bad, it just is, and masculine isn't inherently bad, it just is.
Yeah. Though I still
I gotta wrap up in like 2 minutes. Just my husband is like calling and bugging me to come to the gym.
Sorry. Yeah. So I would agree with you on the feminine mask thing, that like it's not inherently bad or good, but that I think you need to deprogram people, because like the way you're describing your husband, like I'm fine with the way you describe your husband. I thought it was very useful in all the ways that you did that. But like saying that he inhabits feminine traditional roles or whatever, right? That is looked as, the terrible thing. That I think in so many
he's viewed as a pussy, right? Like people are going to call him a pussy. But that's my favorite thing is whenever I debate with these guys and they're like, yeah, well, your husband sounds like a pussy. And I'm like, okay, Nick, why don't you come in here and flex? And then he comes in and he's this bearded, long-haired, jacked dude. And it's like neither of us look like these things. And so it's just like, I just love it. And I love when I argue with people about this because I just have an easy dunk. Because I'm just like, yeah, he's a very masculine looking man who does occupy the feminine.
Yeah.
What's your problem with that, Chad? And then they're like, oh.
Exactly. So I was just saying that you need a bit of deprogramming. Anyway, so we'll wrap it up here. This has been like a lot of fun. Like this was obviously your thing, not my thing, and then I turned this.
Well, I was gonna ask you about your interest, maybe on how I had the 2 mods. I always want to have 2 because doing the timing is pretty. Like you have to focus a fair bit just to track who's talking at what times. But I think it can be fun to kind of track talking times and stuff. And then another person to moderate like conversation flow and like good faith and like keeping people like oriented on topic and stuff. So I was going to talk to you and see if you would be interested in collabing on that. But
I would love to. Like Erudite, like I want to hang out with you more. I have every time I walk away and we've like had a really good time. Even when we disagree with each other, I think I walk away learning something from you. So like I would love to do that. Please sign me up. I'm there.
Okay, I'll send you more of the details then in DMs and DM you for the next week then.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Thank you so much, Not So Erudite. Have a great time. I don't know how to end these things now, so bye.
Are you streaming still? But
yeah, I'm still streaming.
Okay. Bye, guys. Bye, chat. Have a good night.
Bye. Okay. All right. Hey, that was fun. This is unexpected. Yeah, we had like a good time doing that. That was a nice thing that we did. Hey guys, if you enjoyed this content, hit that subscribe button because we're on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button right now. Hit the like button and all that good stuff. Consider becoming a YouTube member and all that. I thought we had a really, really, really fun conversation. And I'm interested in having more of those. and bringing in people who disagree, because I think our friend Erudite and myself largely agreed on a lot of those things, right? And she and in things that I may not have agreed with her initially, she was like bringing me to her side. So I'm interested in having other people who disagree. So I'm going to try to reach out to people and maybe get some sort of a panel together, small thing, of people who might have disparate disagreements on these things, disparate opinions, and like jump into that. But oh, is this your first time seeing Neritas? Hello, Neritas. Thank you for being here. Was this your first time seeing Erudite? Then yeah, you got a treat because Erudite's a lot of fun. She's great. I like her a lot. And she's a very. She says she's disagreeable, but I think she can be quite agreeable. Yeah, she's been on our reverie. She's been on a bunch of stuff this previously. But yeah, she was cool. She is cool. And I like her a lot. I like hanging out with her. So I'm so glad that she seems to like hang out with me. Bastony says, "Hey, from Erudite's chat mod. Welcome. Hey, yeah. Thank you for being around. I think she is like a really insightful individual. Like I don't agree with all her insights. Let's say that, right? Let's call it the politics, right? When we dig in, right? She'll say something and they'll set me off, and I'm like, okay, here's why you're wrong. But that's a lot of fun because I like talking to people who disagree with me. But especially on this issue where I have not done this much, and talking about dating, I have not done as much deep thinking as her. She has a lot to offer. I mean, like for me, and I think for other people. I'm like I said during that conversation, I'm really excited for her to get into that space, right? I'm really super excited. But yeah, guys, like hit that subscribe button if you've been liking this. Like we're gonna do more of this content. And I think I might have like a really good panel like plan. Like I was like cooking this up once I was hearing her, right? I'm trying to get the people involved or the right people. We might have a lot of fun. All right. So I'm gonna leave it here. We'll end it. This was our stream for the day. It was a lot of fun. All right. So subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Like button, all that good stuff. Right. I appreciate the two people who helped out with the super chats. Why is that not showing up here? Okay, I did get like 2 super chats, but the 2 people, Paul and was it Portland, I think, who gave me a super chat previously. Thank you to you guys who helped us out. Like it actually is a huge help to the channel. But yeah, good night, everyone. I will talk to you all later. Bye.